Yours was the first name on the
Well,
email
I'll
list.
tell you what, by the time I get done responding to it today, you won't have any more questions.
All right. Dude, I'm glad I don't jump on there.
Her name is Belinda Hantout.
It came in late last night.
Handout sounds like a perfect name for a Democrat. We're live.
Okay, welcome everybody. It is 9 o'clock and we're going to go ahead and start this meeting for today. And would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome everybody. First on our agenda are the minutes. Gentlemen, have you had the opportunity to read, or we have any corrections or additions?
I'm going to respond to that.
Everything was good to me.
Yeah,
I'll move that we accept the minutes from our last county commissioners meeting.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, March 30th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have our planning. Don and Sherry Jane, come on up.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Morning.
We have 2 public hearings this morning.
Okay, first I'll open this meeting for a public hearing and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Jim Candelaria,
Here.
Commissioner Kent Lindsey,
Present.
Commissioner Joel Stevenson,
Here.
County Administrator Shaq Powers,
Here.
County Attorney John Baxter,
Here.
County Clerk Tim Purcell is absent, Chief Deputy Lynn Dorncamp here. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed two-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Linda Melton, agent, and Sean Flattery on the property located at to be decided Road M, Cortez, Colorado, consistent of 63.67 acres, more or less, located north of Road M, west of Road 26, situated in section 11, township 36 north, range 16 west, NM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 9 a.m. Commissioners Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the planning office online service at https://colorado-montezuma-co.community.com/public/home. You may also contact the planning department at 970-565-2801 with any questions. Dated this 15th day of March 2021, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado, published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 24th, 2021.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, Don, if you want to give us an overview.
Sean, you want to come up, please? Mr. Flaherty's here. He's the agent for the owner. Morning. So they are proposing to do a 2-lot moderate on the Melton property. 3 acres would be the light purple parcel there on the right-hand side, and Mr. Flaherty's proposed purchase will be 13 acres there in the green, with the balance just remaining. It's 40-some odd acres remaining. There's a different residence there in the bright purple in the corner at M and Lebanon.
So the,
Mildred.
it's Mildred, 26
Or
Road.
Mildred, yeah.
Mildred.
Sorry, Mildred and M.
So the new 3-acre parcel, that's gonna be new to that. That doesn't exist as a parcel right now.
Correct.
That's separate.
The only existing is the bright pink in the southeast corner.
Okay. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Flaherty?
No, not unless there's any questions.
Okay.
Planning and zoning was unanimous to recommend it for approval.
Okay.
Only conditions would be an access driveway permit off of 26 for Mr. Flaherty's property. Currently, the 3-acre parcel has a access utility easement through the existing southeast property.
So is that gonna get moved onto that property? Is that what you're saying, that it'll be moved?
That's to be determined. Right, currently, there's no house on that little 3-acre parcel, and they're not planning on building just yet, so they'll
What-
have
what-
to work with the property
What do we
owner.
see in the picture then? What is that?
That's just farm buildings, old homestead buildings.
Basically sheds and things, equipment that needs to be removed from the property. So
Okay.
we're gonna be cleaning it up and getting rid of some of those older buildings.
Because if you're separating the parcels, it should have its own access. Otherwise,
It currently has a deeded access easement on that southeast parcel.
on that little kind of driveway that we
Mhm.
see? Okay.
So if somebody's to build on the 3-acre parcel, it would be advisable to get their own driveway permit. And we've
And-
talked to the property owners there on the southeast as well. They may have to do some horse trading or build the driveway to remove the easement, but they'll have to work that out. That's not our deal.
Okay. You guys have any questions at this time? Okay, then we will go ahead and open up the meeting for public comment. If you have any questions or comments to be addressed to the commission and not the applicant, please come forward, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes to address us. Anybody speaking for or against this? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Do you guys have any questions for the applicant at all?
I don't.
Okay, and this was approved by Planning and Zoning for recommendation for approval?
Yes, it was.
All right, gentlemen.
I move we approve the proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Linda Melton, agent for Sean Flaherty, on a property located at TBD Road M, Cortez, Colorado.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to accept a proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Linda Melton, agent Sean Flaherty, on property located at TBD Road M, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 63.67 acres, more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
All right, good to go.
Thank you very much.
Sir.
Just make sure you're working on your survey.
And we will close this public hearing.
And do it again.
You got 1 minute. We're good to go.
Well, time for magic.
Okay.
Yeah, you can blame me.
All right, which hand is the ring in?
I don't see one. Your right hand.
Okay, blow on
You blow on
it.
it.
Now it's in this hand. Blow on it. Now it's back.
You are so good. Yeah, I asked for that.
You did. That was all you
I'll
done.
explain it to you later.
Right in the weeds. Or in the ditch.
You know, you need some music and an assistant, you know.
Okay, it's 9:10. We're going to go ahead and move on. We will open this second public hearing, and Lynn, will you please read the call?
Yes.
So Commissioner Candelaria,
Here?
Commissioner
Here.
Commissioner Stevens?
Here.
County Administrator Powers?
Here.
Attorney Baxter?
Here.
Clerk Kim Purcell absent. Chief Deputy Lynn Dorncamp here. Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners public notice. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review and determination regarding a proposed boundary line adjustment application for the Freeman Likes single lot development submitted by Derek Freeman, agent Cody Likes, on property located at 20839 Road 20, Lewis, Colorado, consisting of 3.36 acres more or less, located north of Highway 491, west of Road 20, situated in section 36.5, township 38 north, range 17 west, NM, PM. The hearing will be held Tuesday, April 6, 2021 at 9:10 a.m. Commissioners' hearing room, Montezuma County Administrator's Office, 109 West Main, Northwest Colorado. Interested parties may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the planning office online service at https://co.smartgovcommunity.com/public/home. You may also contact the planning department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 15th day of March, 2021. Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, published in the Journal on Wednesday, March 24th, 2021.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Don, do you want to go ahead and give us an overview and?
Sure. This is Mr. Likes. He's got the property there in the top orange triangle-looking piece on from the Freeman property. They were approved for that 3-acre lot last year, and now he is Cody's looking to build a shop and just to give him some more room for setbacks and lay of the land. He's looking to do a boundary line adjustment to the south for another acre of property from Mr. Freeman. But because it's in a subdivision, he's going through the process for subdivision amendment. Shaq, you want to roll down to the added acre, just so they've got clarity? Maybe up. Keep going. There it is. So they're adding that 0.7 acre parcel to their existing. So it's basically a boundary line adjustment that's being done, but they have to amend their single lot development. So planning and zoning, unanimous to recommend it for approval.
Okay. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
No.
Before we go to public?
Pretty straightforward.
Okay. Would you like to say anything at all?
I mean, the only reason we're doing it is, that's kind of what that allows for right there. There's a draw that comes down from that pond pretty much to the corner there at 20. And if I put the shop in the only spot that's kind of halfway flat and up out of the water zone, then I'm going to be too close to the property line. And that was the main reason for the adjustment.
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and open this meeting up for public comment. Again, if you have anything to speak for or against this boundary line adjustment, come up to the podium, give your name, your address, and speak for or against. Okay, seeing none, we will come back to the commission for any other questions at all, or?
I have nothing further.
I would move that we approve the proposed boundary line adjustment application for the Freeman Lake single lot development submitted by Derek Freeman, agent Cody Likes, on the property located at 20839 Road 20, Lewis, Colorado.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to accept the proposed boundary line adjustment application for Freeman Likes single lot development submitted by Derek Freeman, agent Cody Likes, on property located at 20839 Road 20, Lewis, Colorado, consisting of 3.36 acres more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll close this public hearing.
What now, dude?
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
And the next item, we don't have to wait for. It's not a public hearing. Mr. Corey Veach would like to, he disagrees with my decision. He has a subdivision application, rezoning application from 2018 for a 6-lot major subdivision. And since that was approved in April of 2018, nothing's been done with it. And so I explained to Mr. Veach that it would need to go back through the process and start over so that we could update all the weed plan, if water's availability, road accesses. Nobody in our department was there, so we're starting from scratch. So I just recommended that he start the process over because of the length of time that has passed. And he would like to appeal my decision to you to see if he could bring it straight to BOCC for public hearing.
I have a question. What kind of fees are associated with restarting the process all over again?
Currently, no fees have been paid, so
Okay. All right.
it's not a monetary issue other than whatever it costs to send out the certified packets.
Do we know if there are any neighboring landowner changes since 2018 or 2017?
That I don't know, but I doubt it. There may be a couple there on the southeast. There's just one, maybe 2 residences there. I don't know. I didn't look too far into it. Other than we'd have to just update everything.
Go ahead, Mr. Veach.
Well, it's been, I've been trying to raise a crop on it, and it's just been tough because of the water situation. I have adjudicated water right there, but every time you try to use it, the downstream call gets, everybody from down lower McElmo gets to take you right away from you, basically, you know, because of their historic filing dates. And so that's why I wanted to do this, but that's why I've been, over the years, I've been trying to do this, and then I kind of talked myself out of it and then try to farm it again. And it's just a tough piece of property. So I do probably want to go ahead and finish this process. I don't know, there's what, maybe $14,000, $15,000 worth of impact fees on it. I've already been in front of the county planning, and they had no problems with it, and we didn't have like any, I mean, there was a few complaints from some of the neighbors within a mile, but, you know, they can always.
Where is the property located at? Because we don't.
27 and H, right
Okay,
there in the corner,
right at the corner.
27 and H. I have my semis, I keep semis and some trailers right there on one of the lots. One of the other issues that I have is I have been using one of those lots as kind of a light industrial because of the semi uses. I have been using those impacts already, and they've been in since I think 96. And that was one of the issues that I had with impact fees, because I've already been using that, you know. Should happen to pay that lot for impact fees. They've already been part of the impact system. But I would like to do a, you know, a commercial and light industrial overlay. And, I mean, we've already had one hearing. Nobody's really had a problem with it. Of the adjoining neighbors. You know, there's been a couple of the neighbors on down the road a mile or so that had an issue with it. But
So this is basically a proposed subdivision that was started 3 years ago or 3.5 years ago?
Correct.
But it never went anywhere? No.
It went to Planning and Zoning Commission, and that's as far as it went.
We had a public hearing on it through the, we posted the sign and they had one for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
You remember any of that at all?
It would have been
That was prior to-
pre-me on
that was prior to
planning, I
Joel.
don't know.
This is one of those that comes along that kind of stumps you.
Well, my proposal was let's just, I fit within the 3-year period of time. Let's post again and have the final hearing. Public comment.
I'm not, our planning director has recommended that we go through the entire process because it's been such a period of time that has passed, and it's, as the attorney said, there could have been property changes down there. I don't know if there are or not, so
We're going to have we'd have to have another hearing anyway.
Correct, but it goes through the current Planning and Zoning Commission. That's why I looked at Commissioner Stevenson, because he was on there for, 2 years at least, 2.5 years?
This would have predated
So
me, so.
it's predating basically all of our planning commission, and to circumvent them, I don't think that would be the wise thing to do.
2 of the current 6 P&Z commissioners did hear the application, but the other 4 have not.
Well, gentlemen?
What fees are involved with him to go through the process again?
You would have to pay them all. You would have to pay
It would be it's all the fees, but so far nothing's been paid for any of the work previously done.
No.
The public notice, I don't know what that cost is, $100 and something, is probably the only cost that planning incurred. But to go through the whole process, or even to go through just BOCC, he has to pay all the fees. I think the total's around 20 grand. But it's 20 grand either way.
Yeah.
Right, whether he gets a decision or...
Right. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Those are all the same.
He's not forfeiting any money that,
Correct.
it was spent by going through the process 3 years ago.
Gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
I would feel more comfortable if the planning and zoning had made a new decision on it, because I think it's gonna end up in the same place, but I just don't, with the time lapse in there.
I agree with Joel. I think we need to restart this and redo it again. Being no money's been expended, he's not out financially, I think we need to, so we can all have a fresh look at this.
It just predates all of us is
Yeah.
the thing. That's the only problem I have, but.
That's why you guys get the big money. All right, well, thank you.
Okay, well, we'll make a decision here. Gentlemen, do you have we still need to vote on it.
I don't even know if you need to. You certainly can, and it wouldn't hurt, but I would think that you'd only really need a formal motion if you were going to overturn your planning director. You're not, so I think you all have already expressed, just go ahead forward with the same process you're talking about. I think all we're doing is talking about time, it sounds like, not money. So.
Don,
Okay.
is there any way you can speed this process up for him?
Next
John's part of
P&Z's
it. Okay,
is the 13th, so,
okay.
Yeah, get it
Yeah.
on that if you can.
so there's time to get in on that without any
Okay.
problem. Because April's P&Z is Thursday, day after tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
So we need to repost, right?
Yeah, but we'll get a sign and the packets made up and get all the new documents and stuff together.
So just get back with Dawn, and then
All right.
however that
Yeah.
process works out,
you, guys.
it'll go out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, what else do you have, Don?
The question has come up on the road impact fees being charged for pre-approved or established subdivisions prior to the land use code. Whether those should be charged or not.
And you know, we probably might want to invite Rob up to talk about road impact fees, how they work for the new commissioners, what we use them for, that type of thing. I think one of the issues that I should chime in on is a handful of years ago, the commissioners adopted a new road impact fee schedule, and as part of that, they defined, I don't know who drafted this, probably the planning director at the time, how the planning department would collect, the procedure for collecting the road impact fees. And the first paragraph states that the developer is going to pay the road impact fees that are associated with primary residential structures. And then there's another paragraph that states that landowners within a subdivision that desire to construct a residential accessory use, like a second residential structure, are required to pay road impact fees at the time when they submit a septic application. Something that was missed in there is really it should be, we collect road impact fees whenever there's a new residential structure. And for some reason on here, we're only collecting road impact fees for residential accessory uses, not the home. So it's just missing. It's an error in the draft of the procedure to collect them. I think if Don, if you think it makes sense to just change that fee schedule to say that desire to construct a residential structure and get rid of the word accessory use. We also have the wrong square footage in there. We say our ADUs are 1,500 square feet, and it's supposed to be 2,000 now, because when the land use code was updated,
Correct.
It was changed to 2,000. But I don't know that we need that at all. It's really just whenever somebody's constructing a residential structure. Doesn't that make sense?
Sure.
That way it covers.
That's straightforward and clarifies it.
That would be my suggestion, is that the BOCC make that correction. Because I think that's the issue right now, right?
Correct.
I think the road impact fees, if I understand this correct, even if you put a new residence there, that's what's impacting the road. So even if it was predated, they're still applicable now.
Exactly.
Where the developer pays those up front after the land use code was adopted, correct?
Correct.
So,
And we're not going back to the developer to pay those. It's
No, you're
whoever
just
owns the
residential
property and
structure.
wants to put a residence on it is responsible for those fees.
If the developer's building them, then the developer pays for them.
correct.
Correct.
But if it's just a single residence, that person building that resident is the one impacting the road, they would pay them.
Right.
Right.
And that's how I think we've always done it, is collected those. And clearly there's a gap in the language that says that we collect it from the developer or a landowner that develops a residential accessory, but really it's any residential structure, not an accessory. It's the residence that causes the road impact. And I don't know if the new commissioners wanted to hear from the road department on why we have road impact fees.
So let me ask you, this is retroactively collecting fees of pre-approved subdivisions before the land use code?
No.
Well, no,
Just- or
because
just
there's,
residences built in these subdivisions?
there's some subdivisions that had, even in the 2000s and since 2010, some subdivisions were created and the road impact fees for the primary residences weren't even collected.
Okay.
So it's, even after the land use code, there's a gap in when some of the road impact fees on subdivisions were collected and when they weren't. So this would just be on any vacant parcel within a subdivision, well, any vacant parcel in the county
Anywhere.
gets road impact fees when you build a residence on it.
So there's nothing retroactive about it.
No.
Okay.
If the
It's
house,
just-
if the house is already there, the septic permit's already in place, then they're fine.
Right.
It's
this
if you're
land-
going to build
Yeah, if this
and
land
apply
has
for a
always
septic
been
permit.
vacant, then a house is being placed on it, then road impact, that impact is being put on the road. Basically.
And for you two public,
Yeah.
the road impact fee is not for your road specifically that you drive on.
Right.
I think it's
We could
within-
be-
And Rob can explain that.
Within 5 mile?
3 mile radius
Very
of the roads that are impacted.
We'll just do up and down all day.
We can make you next.
Well,
So
you guys
yes,
do whatever
it's
you
a
want.
5 mile radius, and we do not use it particularly on that particular address, within 5 miles. And it is very handy for the road department to use that on an annual basis. We pull so much every year on these big projects we do for paving, chip sealing, overlays, those types of projects. Some of it, even like Alkali Creek Bridge, money will be supplemented for our share of that grant out of our road impact fees. But again, in a 5 mile radius. It's not just your road, my road, or their road. It's whatever that area will allow, so, yes. And the ones we like the best are the commercial ones. Those are the higher impact fees, you know, like Kinder Morgan or somebody with a big business, square footage, large square footage is pretty good size contribution to the road system that way. Which in many ways, they contribute to the wear and tear with their employees and different things going up and down the road all day, so.
So, in changing the language of that, how does that affect the people that are already doing something and then from here forward? Is that gonna
I don't think it
cause a
does.
problem changing the language?
I think it's just a clarification in the language, it's not changing it.
Right.
Right.
It's
We,
clarification.
since I've been here, we've been collecting those for any vacant parcel, whether it's a new, old, or existing subdivision. So we're not changing procedure or process, it's just a clarification, both because the square footage wasn't
Yep.
changed when we adopted the revised land use code last November, as well as just to clarify the residents.
But it shouldn't be specific and only applicable to an accessory residence. It should be any residence that's being built that's applying for a septic. So it's an oversight, and I think that's all that needs to be fixed, is get rid of that word accessory use and say structure, any residential structure.
Right, and then we could eliminate a square footage.
Right.
It doesn't make any
Statement there.
sense to collect on somebody who's building a small residential structure, but not collect on somebody who's building a primary home. It makes no logic.
So it's really just a clarification.
Right.
So the process is the same, it doesn't change.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Same process, same continuity, just cleaning
It's
up.
consistent, it's just a clarification and for the consistency.
Right.
Okay.
So do you need to get with John on that language, or?
I
Language
think
good
you
enough?
guys will have to make a motion and vote on it and adopt it,
So that we can change.
just so
once you
that,
get
You would need
clarification to
change
us?
the-
Don't go
bring it to
anywhere, Rob.
us.
unless John wants a draft first.
I'm okay with the wording, if you're okay with it, if you think it makes sense, to just change that word
Huh?
accessory use to structure. So it says residential structure.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Good with that?
We need a motion and need it approved.
Well, I think you need to,
Move the,
it all needs to be put to paper and then brought back to us, doesn't it?
Well,
think
if you're
it's-
making an update to the land use code, you've got to public notice it and then vote on
this is
it.
just
Right,
a
it's-
clarification on a permit.
And it's not even-
This is
In the
the-
land use
This is
code,
just
it was a separately
fee
adopted
schedule.
fee schedule.
Yeah.
Right.
And nothing's changing, I don't think, as far as the real procedure or process. We're just clarifying it, so.
Right, and this is a separate, an independent document that was adopted separate from the previous land use code. So when we amended the land use code, this just was a clarification wording on how and why road impact fees are collected.
So I think what Joel is asking, would you take a few minutes and write that language up to bring it back so that we can have the proper language
Sure.
that
Yeah,
we
so
have
not
to
just-
move it forward?
Yeah,
So
we can do that.
that way the language is clear. Okay.
No problem.
And whenever you get time, we'll just pop you back in.
We can do that.
Okay? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's all we got for now, unless you need me on further discussions.
Well, I don't know, we might.
I'll hang out.
We might, but we're going to go ahead and we'll go to public comment. At this point in time, the Board of County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Person speaking during the public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comment. Comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time to others. So with that, we have our public comment session.
My name is Tiffany Gare. I live at 1752 Burke Street in Cortez, Colorado. It's my understanding, I want to thank the county commissioners for your time. It's my understanding that our Board of Health will be doing a presentation today. Need on? There we go. I'm asking our BOCC to ask our Board of Health about contractual obligations when accepting state or federal funding with attention to clients' medical information for mental health, to include audits conducted and information that is required to be shared in the contractual agreements. I would like you to ask to see the contracts, have your attorney look over it, you as BOCC, oversee the Board of Health, ask for record of transcripts sent, and demand transparency. Ask for reports on state and federal allocations, what we should receive, and where it goes. Let's see if we can get funding through grants for a community mental health center to re-privatize our services, to provide services to those that are underserved. Medicaid and other companies encourage opt-out to these people that are in the private industry to not accept money from federal funds, which is handed down to the state, which is then to manage through intrusive audits, and hence the gaps in service in our area. I would also like to ask the BOCC to ask our Board of Health to follow through with the referrals that are made. How many of these people represent with the same issue? Is our current resources through Access, Renew, our substance abuse and domestic violence, what is the increase due to COVID restrictions? Is there a policy to follow through to see if these resources are adequate and are they effective? If there is not a policy in place, I would ask that you please encourage our Board of Health to create a policy to see if these things are even effective. And what do we need to do to provide the gap? I know we have no services for youth and young adults. We don't have anybody that can structurally meet the needs. We have an exponential suicide rate for young adults and for children. And I see that this is a huge gap. What can our BOCC do to hold our Board of Health accountable for the referrals they send off? You know, they send them off. And where's the accountability? We have that I can see, have no real accountability for mental health, substance abuse. Right now, if you want substance abuse or you have PTSD, you better go to Durango, because those are the only privatized places due to Like I said, I encourage you to ask about where's our federal funding that goes to the state, what is our county supposed to be getting, and where is it allocated to? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have a copy of that? I couldn't write down all those questions.
It's recorded also, Shaq. That's why I wrote as much as I could.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Jeter. I have an address that's out of state, but I grew up here, and I'm a member of the Four Corners Gun and Rifle Club, so I can speak in that capacity, but I wanted to speak from the heart. I only found out about this issue that Tiffany brought up just a little while ago, probably about 48 hours ago. And as a veteran and as a person who is a student at San Diego State University, I wanted to go ahead and let you know that my focus is in urban studies and planning, and I have a concentration in GIS. You have a great GIS department here. I wanted to talk about what can happen with that data. With what she's asking, when you get that data, people like me, and I appreciate your transparency, by the way. The BOCC has amazing transparency. When we get that data, we can slice it, we can come up with methodologies, and we can push that back for confirmation to your GIS department at no cost to the county. So as a student, I can take a look at that, and I can actually bring a lot more resources to bear that don't cost anything to the county, but I will need that data. And so when you start looking at that as going forward, we can go ahead and take a look and regress it back about 4 or 5 years and see if we see trends in policy, things that have happened that might have escalated that. I can tell you the clusters that I've been looking at in rural areas, according to the USDA and the Department of Veteran Affairs, we look at Vietnam-age veterans as a significant portion of the 22 veterans per day that die, okay? We look at white males and young white males as a significant portion that's impacted by suicide in rural areas. Now, those are stats. I don't have, of course, everything here, and I haven't written a paper on it, but my study shows that those are stats that I think impact significantly the population of Cortez and the population of Montezuma County. And I want to remind people that Montezuma County is a center, it's a hub. It impacts everybody across the tribal reservations. It impacts everybody going up all the way probably to Moab and all the way down south, you know, I'd say halfway between here and Gallup. Okay, so this area right here has a lot of oversight over other places. If we can get this data here, we can try to push it out to other counties. I think we can kind of move the needle on seeing how we can help this with services that start when kids are young and also follow people through, I mean, maybe 10 or 20 years after they leave the service. So that's what I have to say. I want to say thank you very much, and hopefully we'll get that data. And it takes you guys doing it to ask them for it, and going forward, I think that's something we can kind of work on as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Dorenkamp, gentlemen. My name is Alan Mays, 21693 County Road 21 in Lewis. I have a couple of comments that I would like to bring to the attention of the BOCC. The first is our issue with the 2020 election and voter integrity. There are some pretty prominent folks looking into data research of anomalies that occurred with the vote that we saw in the 2020 election. And so that information is being provided to every county clerk in Colorado, all 64 counties, and being asked to look at that information, that data that's been collected, and looking at those anomalies that seem to be appearing in every county. I know that was sent to our clerk, Kim Purcell, and so I will want to be visiting with her a little bit more. But my request is that, knowing that the BOCC, that we encourage the county clerk to work with the community to make sure that going forward things are done a little bit better. Those anomalies include dead people voting, people getting multiple ballots, people that have moved out of the area having ballots delivered to addresses, and those getting voted. And so there are things that are going on that need to be looked into. I'm not really talking about the flipping of votes that seem to happen across the country, where several times in states there were votes counted for one candidate, and then the next thing you know, the other candidate seemed to have gotten that many more just to counter that. And so we know that there were things going on with the system itself. The goal here is maybe to change out of the ballot vote counting method to where we know our votes are being counted and counted properly, and that would be in every county. That's going to take more citizen involvement, and the state will have to approve some of that involvement, but I think we need to encourage that we do things properly. Our county clerk has a lot of input and power, actually, on how we do elections in each county, so encourage that to be looked into. So as we move forward with that, I'll be asking that what has the county clerk passed back to you guys in regard to this. So anyway, that's my one comment. The other, I know that Southwest Health Systems is reporting today, and I will be listening. One of the things that I'm concerned about is how family members are being treated when they take a loved one into the hospital and not being able to be there with them. They're being told they have to wait outside. Those things have to be changed. When someone goes in and it's a serious situation, we need to let them be there when they need to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'm Melanie Feilner. I reside at 21439 County Road U. And I'd like to dovetail onto some of the things that have been spoken about, because I feel that there is a definite need in this county for some accountability with the Public Health Department. It is true that since the COVID shutdowns, dispensaries were left open and liquor stores were deemed essential. That is true, okay? I just would like to ask the question about if you guys have received any data reflecting the increase of mental health calls that we've had to the county health department, or how these people have been treated upon, going to the hospital or things like that. Are there any reports to that effect? And if you have these numbers, if you could share them. If you don't, if you could ask the Public Health Department for these numbers, because I feel that there's a lot of things going on that we don't know about. Okay. What is their plan of action to ensure treatment of these people that have been seen at the hospital, and where is the accountability after that? I thank you for your time, and I would be very happy and very pleased to see these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. With that, we're going to close our public comment session, and we are going to go to the next item on our agenda. And Mr. Attorney Lovett, you are on our docket next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time. With me today, I do have several members of the Sky Mesa State Subdivision. This is an issue that the subdivision initially brought in front of the commission last year. So to bring Mr. Stevenson and Mr. Lindsay up to pace the subdivision, which is located just a little ways east of the South 40 driving range. Currently, it has a road that kind of makes a P shape going through the subdivision that is just a gravel road as was done when it was originally subdivided. The residents of the subdivision would like that road to be improved to increase the value of their residences, which of course in the end results in a higher tax base and falls in the hands of the county ultimately in the future. Therefore, last year the subdivision put a petition, which is up there on the screen, and if anybody would like a hard copy just for ease of reading, I did bring some extras, so just yell at me and I can get that up to you. The subdivision is asking for the Board of County Commissioners to approve the creation of a local improvement district in which the county would initially fund the paving of the road that runs through its 26.1 loop, the road that runs through the subdivision. The previous petition had called for the construction to be done on a chip seal, and it also called for the county to forever maintain the improvements that were done to the road. Mr. Englehart had some concerns regarding the chip seal type of construction, and had prodded and encouraged the subdivision to look at alternate ways to improve the road, and therefore the subdivision went out and did get a bid from a local company who would be able to do a recycled asphalt base on the 26.1 loop. And so that bid is what justifies the number that is in this petition currently of $150,000. The bid, which I did just email to Mr. Powers, is from D&L Construction, a local company. The bid is actually at $144,000, but we all know that sometimes things come in a little bit higher. So the subdivision thought it was a little bit more appropriate to go with a slightly higher amount than what was stated in D&L's bid. I believe the bid is dated March 25th, it's just a few weeks ago. So that is what the subdivision is asking the board to do, and just kind of just from a Cliff Notes type, basically a local improvement district, the county would front this upfront cost of the improvement, and as the petition states, a special tax assessment would be put against all of the lot owners on their yearly property taxes to pay the county back for this improvement. One other aspect of this petition compared to the previous petition was after this initial upfront construction of the road on 26, the improvement, the subdivision would take care of all future maintenance of it, which is different from the previous petition that was put in front of the commission. Any questions?
I have a question. The last time, and it's probably been at least a year ago, I think we met. I don't know if it was Zoom or through, I think you might have come in person.
I've been here a few times.
So, again, just to kind of give these guys I tried to brief them yesterday at a work session, but the way you have this written is still for 10 years.
Correct.
And we had talked about taking it back to the subdivision for 7 years. Was that discussed?
I think it was discussed, and I think where the subdivision, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Finley came on that is I think they would certainly consider that, but they decided to put this petition in with 10 and take away all the future maintenance of it. But, you know, certainly I think this is the petition is basically a proposal to the county commissioners, and the commissioners always have, I believe, the authority to approve what they want to approve, and if they want to approve it as 7 years, then it would move on to a full public hearing regarding and so at that point, if the subdivision did not want it at that point, then they could come to that public hearing and say, no, we don't want to do that. But the commission could still move forward today and say, we're going to approve this with these amendments, and if it's the commission's desire that be moved down to 7 years, then the subdivision would have the ability to go to that public hearing and voice their concerns or voice their willingness to accept that amendment to their petition.
Okay. And then looking back through the statutes here, an LID is only, it can't be for maintenance, so it could only be for the construction of it.
Correct.
So that would have to be pulled off, which it is now.
Yes.
After reviewing this, so that couldn't have, with the first proposal, been on there anyway. I did talk to our assessor and our treasurer. You have all of the information of all the people in the subdivision because so we're creating another tax layer, correct?
Correct.
To overlay everybody on that, so you would have to provide all of that information to the assessor?
Correct.
Within that, after the public hearing?
After the public hearing, yes.
That kind of, I mean, I think you did a great job of kind of bringing it up to speed.
Yeah.
John, do you want to add anything else?
The only other thing for consideration right now that I can think of, there's probably more, but is the county, you know, there are statutes that maybe we could get around, but when we do loans like this, when the government does a loan like this, usually we are required to charge interest at a rate equal to or greater than the rates of return that they would receive from a local bank. So we would need to explore that. And like I said, there might be a way around that, but ordinarily that's what we would do, is figure out what the interest rate is and charge equal to or greater than that same interest rate.
And I think that was brought up at that last meeting also. I think Commissioner Tell had brought that up.
I think Commissioner Tell had brought up interest, and again, I think, you know, right now, if the commission wanted to make a petition and have that included, I understand the interest part of it. You know, I guess from just my perspective, obviously advocating for my client, I think the interest comes in a increased property tax base over a 14 lot subdivision for perpetuity. You know, the amount that, you know, obviously with the change in road base, all of the lots in there, the homes, everything is going to have an increased assessed value that wouldn't end in 10 years. That increase in assessed value would be an increase in assessed value forever because of the better road. And so that increase in property tax would go to the county for forever.
So I'm going to look at, I have my assessor and my treasurer in here for a reason today so that I can ask this question. So as an assessment on the evaluation of it, what does the road, whether it's
So to
paved-
increase an assessed value, we would have to see 18 months of cells. And in a subdivision, you have to have at least 3 cells in that 18-month period to reevaluate the whole entire subdivision. So overall, there could be an increase of cells in the neighborhoods, but it wouldn't be just that subdivision. It would be the whole entire neighborhood, which could include 200 or more homes. So
Okay.
just by paving the road, it's not going to automatically increase your values.
It could, though. Maybe not automatically. And I guess it probably wouldn't be for the whole area just because this road is very specific to this subdivision.
Yeah, unless assessed valuations go down.
Well, I guess they wouldn't go down quite as much if it has a nicer road.
There's a good possibility of that happening here.
So basically, gentlemen, I think I've been listening to this for a year. It's a little bit easier for me, but we have a proposal on the table. I did talk to Ellen. There are funds that we can use through there. I haven't had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Engelhardt, but we can.
So if you do move forward on this,
It would have to go to a public hearing from here, right, John?
Well, correct, but I need to be brought up to speed on just which fund do you want to pull this initial $150,000 out of.
Right.
I mean, I might recommend the commissioner's travel budget since they're not using it right now.
Yeah,
but-
I don't think we have any in
I second
in
that.
that budget item, so you're not going to get very far on that budget item. You might get $15.
I'd like to move forward with this. I so move.
So can you scroll that back down, Shad?
You can read it in
And
its
what do
entirety.
we need, 30 days for a public hearing, or what do we have, what's the?
We do, so we want to set it out past 30.
Right, and I think that we also would like some indication if there's going to be a public hearing, we might want to be able to inform the public from which pool of money you want to take this from. So I
Well,
kind of
we'll-
need that
and we'll be able
clarification.
to do that within that public hearing.
And any other tweaks or edits or amendments that you wanted to make to the petition.
Right.
So I guess I would ask for clarity, so moved on the exact petition in front of you, or so moved with the amendments that Mr. Candelaria was discussing?
Let's go with Jim's amendments.
I guess my amendments would be for 7 years and for the interest rate to be determined, something that is fair, which we'll have to have that discussion, and then we'll figure out the pool of money that it'll come into. But we can put that on our unfinished business for next week, and we can have that figured out and an actual number for you for that rate. Is that,
Shouldn't we have
is
an
that fair?
actual document before we make a motion to?
This is just to move it forward
This
to
is
the
just to
public
move it
hearing.
forward.
We can negotiate the terms at that point in time. But basically, we're saying, I would like to see 7 years.
Who's going to present us or do the research on the interest rates? Do we want to?
I've already reached out to CCI.
Okay.
And they are, I didn't get anything yet today, but a couple of other county commissioners that have done LIDs, so I'm just kind of waiting for that documentation. So that'll be coming from the Colorado Counties Incorporated.
And then maybe
Okay.
we'll float that by you, Mr. Lovett, to
That sounds good.
get
So-
your reaction.
That's reasonable. It's too
So
high.
just seeing this, anything less than 15% probably be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's going to be 15%, I would recommend the county do more special improvement districts.
It's good to see you guys smile and see you here.
It's good to be here.
So, I think if I have this proper clarification, so you can second it,
I'll
is that
second the
we
motion to
will
move this forward.
move this petition forward with a 7-year term and the interest rate to be determined, which will be within a week's period of time. Does that sound good?
Yep.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to accept the petition from the Mesa Sky Estates subdivision for a local improvement district for improving roads in Montezuma County on Road 26.1 loop, serving the subdivision with a 7-year term and the interest rate to be determined. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you for your time.
And we'll
Appreciate
set
your
this
time.
out for 30 days or as our notification time to get it to the public. So it
I'm
could be-
thinking May 18th.
Okay. That works.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, next up we have SHS, Southwest Health Systems, Mr. Suddeth and Mr. Schrader.
Morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Morning.
All right. Just a couple things I want to talk about before Rick talks about the financials and where we are, and certainly we'll address the comment on the visitor policy. But I just wanted to make you aware, and actually I think Commissioner Candelaria, you've had some discussions with Representative Catlin over the proposed public option that's circulating around the state right now. This is a very concerning piece of legislation for not just us as a rural organization, but all of our rural hospitals in the state. And something we've definitely got to stay on top of about how it develops. This bill was originally introduced in 2019, and at that point had some protections built in for rural health organizations. Obviously, with all of the things that happened in early 2020, that topic got tabled but has now come back up as things are starting to subside with COVID. And in its current state, those protections are no longer in the legislation. It has actually been publicly recognized that this would have a pretty devastating effect on rural health, rural hospitals. And in fact, they've recognized that a lot of rural hospitals won't survive under this particular legislation. So it's something we need to be on top of, as I said, and continue to be on the front and let it be known that it's not acceptable to close your local hospitals and local healthcare services and start consolidating into larger urban areas, which seems to be the intent of what this legislation would do. So I just wanted to make you aware of that and ask for your help and your assistance to talk to anyone you can. We totally understand the need to control healthcare costs. We're trying to do our part. unfortunately, I think a lot of this, what's happening with these measures comes from what's happening in some of the urban areas and some of the large profit margins that's been experienced in those organizations, and that's certainly not the situation that we've had locally and most rural hospitals have. You know, when the time this was introduced, we were still struggling to survive and continue to do what we can to stay on top of things. But when 80% of your revenue is derived from Medicare and Medicaid, which doesn't even cover the cost of providing those services, if you cut the only remaining profit margin you have, that's not a long-term measure for success for any healthcare organization. So, again, I just wanted to bring that up, and certainly we'll address any comments you have or questions you have on that. But
I don't really have any comments other than I communicate with Mr. Catlin and Mr. Corum quite frequently.
Right.
Like all the time.
Right.
And then obviously through CCI, you know, we watch these, all of these ballots that are getting dropped in the tank. We just had Thursday and Friday going over bills. So
Right.
we are watching it.
Very good.
We don't want to have anything happen to our rural hospitals. So it is a big item on all of the agendas up there.
Good deal. Okay. There was a comment earlier about our visitation policy. It was very restrictive, no doubt, through the COVID crisis. We had to take those measures to protect our patients, protect our staff. I will say that from day one, we made exceptions to our visitation policy. I made the decision very early on that there was no one that was going in an end-of-life situation that was going to, you know, go through that alone. And so we did make exceptions. We made exceptions for patients that were delivering babies. There was always the spouse was always allowed, or both parents were allowed in that situation, and that wasn't happening in a lot of places. But we did make that decision here locally. In March 1st, we actually relaxed the provisions a little bit more. One person is allowed with anyone that comes in for a service, so it's not we're not excluding visitors at this point to come in where everybody has to come in alone. So, and we'll continue to evaluate that. I don't suspect there'll be any drastic changes. We're certainly not opening everything up right now until we start to see you know, higher vaccination rates in the area and start to feel a little bit more comfortable that we have a long-term handle on what things are going on here locally. So, but we are doing what we can. We understand the frustration when you have a family member come in to a healthcare facility and you're not able to see them. It's you know, in practice, you know, you usually have a lot of family members that come to with you when you're ill, and we hope to get back to that at some point, but we're just not quite there yet. But we'll continue to evaluate that and make the changes as we can, as we feel like we can, again, protect our staff and protect our patients going forward. So, any questions on that?
I do. You mentioned the vaccination rates. Where are we at in this county? Because we had a governor's call last night, and you know, Scott Bookman reported that typically they wanted to be at 70% throughout the state. And I asked him, I said, that's an unrealistic expectation to get 70% throughout the state.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they can't argue that because that's unrealistic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So where are we, and obviously I know that you don't do all the vaccinations,
Right.
you know, our public health does, some other entities also do, but where are you at with your vaccination rates, and how much vaccine do you have available, and is it, I mean, can we be getting it out to more people?
You know, I actually did a calculation a couple weeks ago, because it's been a couple weeks that I was actually out last week. And it looked like in the county we were running somewhere around 22 to 25% total population actually covered at this point. That's obviously going to increase a little bit as we get the second doses done. So, and I believe that's a little bit higher than what the statewide average is right now. So we're actually doing okay. Our staff, we've got about 78% of our staff is actually covered. The 70% came, I think, very early on. I think it was stated by CDC that in order to obtain herd immunity, you needed 70+% coverage in your community. I agree, it's going to be very difficult to get there. We are starting to see a significant slowdown in the number of people actually getting vaccinations. We're having trouble filling up our clinics right now, and probably will start scaling that back. We have plenty of supply. on hand right now. In fact, we are actually this week going to send some of our vaccine back to the Front Range because they are actually having a bit of a shortage there, and we have supply we can't utilize. So we want to.
It's about 3,400 doses.
Yeah, 3,400 doses that we're sending out. So,
That we're sending back to the state?
Yeah.
They were sending back to the
Yeah,
state.
to be utilized around on the Front Range area where they're having a little bit more of a supply issue than we have. We'll still have plenty to do anything that we need to do at this point. But like I said, we're starting to get a little concerned because we're starting to see a slowdown in the number of people requesting the vaccination, so.
And I think our health department is equally seeing that slow down. And the commissioners who were on the governor's call last night are also seeing it. I was specifically talking to one in Montrose, and, you know, she thinks that by the 22nd of this month, they won't have anything.
Yeah.
We're out of the vaccination business at that time. I mean,
it would not surprise me if we're in the same position at that point, because like
Because
it's just the demand has really dropped off. Our testing is really dropped off from where we were before. You know, we're hopeful. That's a good sign that things are going to start to end. There's still some real uncertainty out there, what's going on with some of the variants and how that'll affect long term, but we're certainly keeping our fingers crossed. But you know, as a healthcare organization, obviously, we're going to take the most conservative approach. So we'll probably be the last to relax some of the things that's been going on as far as the restrictions that we've had. But again, we have to keep everyone safe and try to do what we can. But hopefully it's a good sign, because we're not seeing a lot as far as the hospital. We're not seeing a lot of utilization we're not seeing a lot of cases in the hospital now. So that's, again, it's a very good sign, and it's hopefully that we don't see something kick back up in the summer when we start getting a lot of visitors around town. So, but
You still have all 3 vaccines available?
we have got.
I think we're out of J&J.
Yeah, I don't think we have any J&J.
and J&J just had a very big hiccup.
That's my understanding, yes.
Of like 90 million.
Yes, something like that, yeah.
So.
Pretty bad.
Which was a one-time.
Right, that was the one shot. Yeah.
But you still have.
We have plenty of Pfizer and Moderna. Yeah.
So I'm just going to state it, that the hospital has plenty of vaccines if you want it.
Absolutely.
Come and get it, sign up. Is there a process they need to go through? Because if they want it, it should be accessible to them.
And is it everybody over the age of 16 now? Or?
Right. It's pretty much open to anyone over the age of 16. You just go on our website. You can sign up, schedule right on the website, and like I said, it's a pretty simple process. It's been pretty fascinating to watch the process and the number of people they were able to get through that system. They had a really good thing going there, and we were able to, when we had a lot of volume up front, we were able to handle it very easily. So it's been good.
And there's also phone numbers if anybody wants to call and talk about it too. Kind of walk through whatever concerns they may have.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's still a lot of indecision out there as to whether to take the vaccine or not.
There is.
I've talked to friends, and I'm going to wait a little while longer to see
see what happens.
Yeah.
Yes, if there's any, and I understand that. Honestly, I was a little hesitant at first. I really was, but then I got to thinking about the ramifications of if you do get it, what's the best way to go. So I did. I got the vaccine. So, but yeah, I understand that. I mean, it's new technology, or it's a new vaccine, and people are going to be a little bit hesitant to see what happens. So. I haven't grown a horn yet or anything, so I feel pretty good about it so far.
I mean, social media is a good thing and a bad thing at the same time.
That's true.
A lot of amateur physicians out there.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Well, I know that our past president worked very diligently and hard to get this expedited the way it was, and just to let people know that we do have it in our community.
Absolutely.
If they want it, go
it's
get
available.
it, and if you don't, then obviously that's your personal choice, which I respect.
Very true.
And
Absolutely.
there's been a pretty good pooling and sharing of resources with some of the other pharmacies and businesses in town that have the vaccine, because there were some times where we exhausted our vaccine allotment, and then other businesses stepped up and said, look, if you've got a couple hundred people scheduled, we can go ahead and supply that vaccine. So it's been a good community
relationship.
partnership.
Good.
Myself, I would like to see you use the actual numbers for the restrictions instead of the amount of people vaccinated, because we're probably pretty close to the amount of people in Montezuma County that are going to get vaccinated. And you could stretch this thing out for a year on using the amount of vaccines given to people for your restrictions.
I would agree with that. At a certain point, we've got to say, you know, those who wanted the vaccine got it, and those who didn't are comfortable with the risk, and now it's time for the rest of us to go on with our lives.
I think that's where we're at. I think that's where we're at with the new 3.0 dial and what's changing with it and what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks. But in reality, once you go into green colors, we're basically wide open. I realize you guys are operated by a board.
Right.
So I think we need to
we're getting there.
Get on with life as normal as possible. But anyway, go ahead.
Do you guys do what we term as an after-action report? Do you start writing down what should have been done, or what could be done in case we go through this again?
You know, we have. There's been a lot done as far as our emergency response team, as far as, you know, looking at, you know, what could we have done differently, or things we should have done sooner, or, you know, did we overdo it in some areas? So yeah, we've really been analyzing it since day one. Yeah, I mean, there's things that could have been done differently, and but, you know, I think all in all, if you look at what happened in this community, you know, in spite of some of the reluctance, I think we did a really good job of handling, you know, all aspects of it from the beginning, and we didn't get overwhelmed as a community. I don't think that was an accident. I think a lot of the precautions that were put in place early on did help. You know, again, I think as a healthcare organization, we tried to stay on top of it, communicate what was going on, and make sure that people were informed and, you know, again, made their own decisions about what was going on. But again, hopefully we'll never have to deal with this again. But if we did, we learned from it. We'll do a few things differently and do what we did right, and, you know, do it over again.
So one of the other questions that we're asking, you guys have a mental health provider there now too, correct? Or
I'm sorry?
A mental health provider at the hospital now, or?
We have a counselor.
A counselor.
Counselor.
Yeah, we're in the process of exploring the opportunities with psychiatry and things like that. That they're hard to find. So I think Carrie talked to somebody maybe 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, yeah. Psychiatrist that's interested.
So one of the questions that came up earlier, I mean, the numbers as far as the reports for the mental health, because that's been one of our concerns from day one. You lock people up, you give them nothing but addictive, substances.
I understand.
And we create a bigger problem on the backside than what we have on the front side. So if you have numbers, I'm not going to ask you off the top of your head, but can you get those numbers as far as the mental health? You know, what's that doing? Is it fluctuating? I think that was a fair question.
Yeah.
And that's been our concern since day one. Southwest Colorado is one of the highest, or is the highest in Colorado as far as opioid addictions, and that's part of that settlement that's coming out that we will be working with also. So it would be nice to have that data to see what the increase is and kind of the projections of where we think it's going to go, because I think we're just beginning in that as far as where it was.
Right. We can certainly get that together.
I would appreciate that within.
And we're also, there is some funding available through the state right now, and I know we've had some very preliminary discussions about possibly looking at that. You know, see if there's something we can do as an organization to be more actively involved in substance abuse and the mental health issues, and that's not been, you know, something we've been on the forefront on as an organization, but would like to, if there's funding available, because and there seems to be some at the state right now, so we're going to certainly explore that and see if there's anything that we can help with from that standpoint.
Okay. Anything else?
I'll let Rick talk a little bit about the financials, if you want to.
Sure. Again, through the month into February, we did have strong patient cash collections of about 4.6. Our operating cash did decrease slightly by about 65K. We did see gross revenue. So we're in the first basically quarter of 2021. We are seeing some kind of a return to normalcy, right? We had a phenomenal month of March where I would say we've had a ton of babies being born. I have no idea what happened with that. Maybe it was a lot of snow last year, but we had.
Wait till you see next year.
That's right.
But we had.
You tied them all up in the same.
Had a lot of bursts. So maybe it was a heat wave in April. Maybe it was that extra day in February. I have no idea what happened in 2020. Shaq has counseled me on if you can put 2020 out of your mind, do it. And we did. Current earnings, again, we're ahead of our covenants. I know that was a big concern here back in 17 and 18. Our days cash on hand is 87 days for February, and we've hit all of our other ratios. So we're in the process of negotiating out of forbearance. However, for the record, let the record state that we never missed a debt payment, never missed an interest payment or a principal payment on that. It was just a couple of covenant issues. We held our expenses pretty well with our volumes and such. Managed our contract labor. Again, I'll kind of breeze through this and see if you guys have any questions. Held our supply budget in check, and from the hospital-based outpatient pharmacy, retail pharmacy, we did fill about 4,300 prescriptions. A lot of those are related to charity. We do have about a 20% charity fill at our outpatient pharmacy. Utilities were on budget. Again, appreciate the commission that did the tax about 5 years ago, and that resulted in revenue of about $172,000 that offsets that debt payment. And our debt payment's a little over $302,000 a month, $302,000 a month. From an EBITDA standpoint, which is earnings before interest, depreciation, and amortization, we were at $354,000. Year to date, we're at $970,000, head of plan by about $266,000. Like I said, we did the budget. We weren't sure of what 2021 was going to look like. So it's actually getting a lot better than any of us expected. From a statistics standpoint, we're seeing more clinic visits. We are seeing patients through telehealth, basically either an iPhone or an app or something like that. And we are seeing patients in person. From a surgical standpoint and gastroenterology, we came in about 10 procedures ahead, as well as on our therapies. Ambulance transports, again, we're at about 358, which is above where we thought they would be. If you look at our next page, and this is our operational analysis, it shows where we are with respect to our ratios and with respect to how we're complying with our debt covenants. Cash flows, it shows where our income and our expenses and how we applied it. And then also want to give you guys a heads up. We finished 2020. We're on a calendar fiscal year end. We should see our audit report draft at the end of this week. We'll present that to our finance committee, release it for our board for approval, and then we'll release it. And then when we come back and Shaq swears to me at 9:15, our next commissioner meeting, we'll present you guys the audited financials. So thanks for scheduling us at 9:15 next time.
Got it.
Do you guys have any questions?
Indigent care.
Yes, sir.
What's your numbers? I mean, I couldn't see them here. I didn't look quick
Our
enough.
indigent care, if you want to look at, Commissioner, if you look at on our P&L, our Colorado indigent care We are at about 400,000 on a year-to-date basis. There are some folks that are also in bad debt and other adjustments that are qualifying as indigent care. We see in total gross revenues roughly about $120 million or more in total charges. From our indigent care, normally we see that as about 10%. And compared to some of our other hospitals in the state of Colorado, our structure is about 2 times the Medicare fee schedule. So if you want to compare us to maybe another facility, then ask them how many times the Medicare fee schedule they are, and then you can kind of nail that back down into a true indigent comparison. But we see at least, we do see a lot of Medicaid, and we do see a lot of Medicaid adjustments. We see probably about 2 or 3% of Medicaid business where we have Medicaid patients that are coming from New Mexico, Utah, and Arizona into our hospital. Some of these have managed Medicaid. Some of the contracts we're trying to get on contract with these companies, but they, so we eat that as either a Medicaid deduction. So that's, and I would say last year that totaled probably about $2 million. We also have people from Illinois and California, the 2 our state, that are on Medicaid. I have no idea how that happens.
They're moving here.
Yeah. Well, some of them were touring. Some of them were touring. They had a California or Illinois address or other addresses. Kind of makes sense, New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, because it kind of borders.
Yeah.
We even have a couple of Florida Medicaids. So, and that is a long drive.
Long drive from
and a long flight.
How many times have you made that flight in the last year?
Probably 30. Probably 30. Yeah. It's I have meditation, and thank you for your recommendations on meditation and book reading and stuff like that.
Yeah, I probably won't play those meditations here.
Probably not a bad idea.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
again, we appreciate y'all's support. We
Definitely.
appreciate the support of the community. Again, a lot of the numbers are dry. We do take everything seriously, but we also try to inject a bit of levity. Kind of helps with our mental makeup.
Helps with the stress.
Yes, sir, it does.
Definitely does.
Well, thank you,
Okay.
gentlemen.
Right.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you, guys.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you, guys.
Appreciate
Take
it.
care.
If you have anything else that comes up too, that I need to get with either Senator Quorum or Representative Catlin, just let me know.
Appreciate it.
All right.
And Tony, you got the invite for the opioid settlement meeting with the Attorney General's office on the 17th?
I'm sure I did.
Okay.
If you send-
I also send it to Bridget.
Then
Yeah.
it'll be on the
Then we got
calendar
it.
then.
Yes, sir.
That's a good
Thank you,
plan.
guys.
Thank you.
Shaq, most of those trips were for football games.
I know that.
Florida State football games.
I know that. How they looking for next season?
Not too bad.
Good.
Not too bad. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next up, we have Fairgrounds. Justin.
And Fair Board, Alan.
Is that his name, Alan Fairboard?
Yes.
Well, before I get to my stuff, you probably might want to see what Alan has to say. I think he's here kind of for the alcohol part. Kind of let you get a gist from him on what they want to do with the alcohol before I get into my stuff.
We're going to do our concert again at Fair. The last 2 years we've sold alcohol. We have heard some discussion about people wanting to have a beer garden throughout the fair. So, I mean, it's totally up to you guys on what you guys want us to do. As far as that part, we're wanting to get started with this so we can get our planning, because we only have probably 4 or 5 more meetings before fair's here this year. So, our concert will be on July 23rd this year, which is a Friday evening. We've had a few people we've tried to bring in, had some contracts, they've backed out, so we're back to looking again. So we don't know what we're gonna have just at this point, but,
Joel can sing.
That'd be a crowd drawer right there.
I've seen him up, he
There
was
might
up
not
on
be enough
YouTube and
room out
everything,
there.
man. I tell
I've
you.
been told a few times that you should be on stage, Joel.
Yeah.
And the next one leaves in about 10 minutes.
Circus.
so, I mean, we're kinda, whatever you guys want. I mean, we're good with having it for Friday, but I've heard some parents and community want it, you know, throughout the week, but I don't know if we would have it during the day. It would probably just be at the nighttime events, if we had it.
So what nighttime events? I mean, what are the events that we're having at night other than the concert?
There'll be, 2 barrel races.
Demolition derby.
I don't think we will probably move it that far down there. We don't want to go. It'll probably just stay in the outdoor arena. Barrel races,
Ranch rodeo.
Ranch rodeo, True West rodeo. We're having two rodeos out there on that at the county fair, and just open it up in the evenings at the outdoor arena.
So just within the fenced-in space of
Yes.
the outdoor arena for those 3 or 4
Yeah.
events?
Yes.
Because that's what we had discussed last year, and that's where we allowed the alcohol to happen, was in that fenced-in area
Yes.
where it could be.
Last year and the year before.
Yeah, correct.
And we just got it for the concert, but, you know, if you guys approve it, we need to figure out what security's gonna cost us, if it's actually gonna be worth, you know, paying for security to man the alcohol garden for that whole time. Cause that gets real expensive fast out there.
Well, we're gonna talk about security here in just a minute, I think.
Yep, we can do that.
So, gentlemen.
It's been over 15 years ago, you know. We started looking out there at the beer garden from the commissioner's standpoint of view. We had all this input, set up the arena, it wasn't the arena, it was off the kitchen, you know, and further south. Set up over 100 chairs. We had 8 people show up that night for a public hearing, you know, to have input. And they were all agreeable that we should have a beer garden out there. So from my standpoint of view, I mean, it was established a long time ago.
We did approve it, like Alan stated. And here's the reality of it, is that we can put it into a delineated area, or they're just gonna go out to the parking lot and have it anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and
that was
that
our
was
feeling then. It was going,
kind of
I
the
mean, they were out in the
concept.
parking lots then.
Well, every fair that I've ever been to has a beer garden. And I have never
Just
seen
what
any.
kind of fairs do you go to?
Well, I'll tell you that later. But there's
So-
never a problem at these deals. People go sit down, they drink a beer, and then they're done. It's not a place that they're sitting there drinking all day and.
I don't think we had
causing
any problems at all last year. We
The
didn't.
last 2 years for our concert, we had no issues. You know, we had, I don't remember how many sheriff's deputies we had and sheriff's posse out there, but we've had no issues when we've sold it at that.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's totally up to you guys on what you want us to do. You tell us yes or no.
Well, I know when I was on the fair board, and I talked to a lot of other boards and stuff, and like La Plata County, they were making $20,000 to $30,000 a year on their beer garden. And that's a lot of money to support that fair and stuff, that either teach your kids to go drink it there or teach them to sneak it in the back door, whatever. That's the way I look at it. That's what's happening.
Well, it's a personal responsibility.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna do it responsible, and if you're not, then so
Yeah.
be it. But as long as we don't have not had any real issues out there, security is part of that.
Yep.
So,
And I mean, that's the other thing you know, Justin just told me about was that room that you talked about, Mr. Lindsay, up top. I mean, it could be something that we could do up there also.
But you're just asking for the outdoor arena at this time?
Yeah, I mean, the room was just set up for.
Yeah, I mean,
for a
I don't
public
know
hearing.
where we should put it at. I think leave it outside where,
Well, you'd
set
want
it
it
up one time
outside,
and be
yeah.
done with it.
That's the easiest place unless they want to do something during the auction. If you want to do something during the auction, then I think the only viable option would be there in that south room next to the kitchen.
Right.
Yep. And that's up to them whether or not they want to try to go down that avenue.
So
I
you've got a
suppose.
question on the board. Do you guys have a movement, or do you want to move it forward? What's your pleasure?
I would move that we allow the sale of alcohol in their evening events for the lower arena, if that's what they're asking for at this time.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to allow a beer garden to take place in the outdoor arena for the nighttime events. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Because that's all I need you for, huh?
Yeah, I'll listen for your
Okay.
security.
Well, he's
Okay.
probably going to talk about security.
Yeah. I'll just run through our stuff real quick. Our attendance to date, 8,105 people. Our income to date, 27,208 and 50 cents. Our past month, we did have quite a bit going on. March 5th and 7th was the K9 nosework trial where they did scent detection. That was a big dog event that went on out there and was pretty successful. We also had a 3-day barrel race after that. It seemed to be pretty good. Commodity giveaway on March 13th went well. We tried to do a team roping March 20th in the outdoor, but that was still a little too wet, so we weren't able to go on that. We did just do the Ag Expo. Obviously, our weather wasn't up to par for the first 2 days. Saturday ended up being pretty good. They did have a decent turnout on Saturday, so that was nice to see. This last week, we had the sheriff welfare training going on out there. He does that annually where he sets up an obstacle course for their deputies to go out and do a course for their welfare training. Currently, we do have the sheriff's mounted patrol out there. They're doing a training. I know they got 2 new mounted patrol deputies, so they're trying to get them trained and up to par. And then April 3rd, just this last weekend, we had a commodity giveaway as well. For this month coming up, this weekend is the Four Corners Home and Garden Show, April 9th and 10th. That's their annual event. I believe it's their 21st annual, if I remember correctly. Then April 16th, 17th, the following weekend, we're doing a bull riding event out there. That's a guy from Arizona coming up. He's calling it Toonie Fish Spurs versus Horns Showdown. It's going to be a 2-night event. The first night, he's doing stuff such as steers, junior bulls, legends. So stuff for the younger kids or the older people that's kind of, not in that age group anymore that really ride bulls anymore. Then on Saturday, they're doing an open bull riding. So if you get a chance, you can come out and take a look at that. April 17th, we got Kiwanis of Mesa Verde doing their charity night out there. They're going to do a charity auction, dinner, and I believe they're raffling away a side-by-side, if I remember correctly, with that. April 17th, we're also doing demolition derby at the racetrack. And then with that demo derby, he's also doing a Power Wheels derby for the little kids. I think that starts at 6 o'clock and the demo derby's afterwards. But
How does that demolition derby, you guys used to do that for the fair too, which was one of your events. Is that something that you are still going to do, or was there too much?
That was one of our main money makers. So I don't know what it's going to do for the one at during the fair.
So are you still planning on?
Yes, and
doing
actually, Eugene has confirmed with us that he's going to put on the derby during the fair.
So he's going to do it for you?
Yes.
Not the private or
No.
whoever else was
No.
doing it?
We're gonna have him, last month, he confirmed that he would, take the fair or the derby during the fair and put it on.
Will he do it for the same money that it's been costing you to get it put on?
He said we should make more money, so we will see when the time comes. But there's just not enough of the fair board to go around to try to put that on with everything else that's going on.
Okay. Sorry, Justin, I
No,
just...
you're fine.
as
Talking
a
to him, I
team
do think it will be a good deal for Eugene to kind of to do that for the fair. He's already set up, pretty much. I think he has the avenues to bring the people in. So I do think it'll turn out pretty good this year for fair. Other than that, at the end of the month, we do have the Cortez Gun Show, April 23rd to the 25th. That's an annual event that always comes in. April 30th and May 1st, we do have car races. May 1st to the 2nd, we're actually going to host the New Mexico Rodeo. They're going to come up and do their rodeo since they haven't been able to do anything down there. And then May 8th is the 12 Hours of Mesa Verde, which I'm assuming you guys have got your teams together for that one.
Joe's been practicing every day.
We actually don't have enough people for a team yet.
I thought there's 3 of us right here.
There's 3 of us.
When is it? I won't be riding no bicycle,
The-
so.
I mean, not with that
Plan on me
attitude.
being on your team.
May 8th.
I have a sprained ankle right now, bro.
They just
That
tape
took a while,
foot
didn't it?
to that pedal for you and.
I'll be all right.
And that's all I got as far as events. I know as far as the security part, I need to do like a waiver or something with the racetrack with Mr. Felker. The reason that I asked you guys is because the former commission did kind of say that they were okay with him doing his own security. He does have to have some sort of security in place. Whether or not it's actual law enforcement or whether it's him doing it, I really don't care. He has, more than 1,000 people out there at a given night. So there does need to be something, but I can do a waiver with him. And that waiver would be, these are our stipulations. You have to have your own security as far as your personnel. And we can bypass that paragraph. That's the law enforcement paragraph. Because if we do say, hey, you have to have this security, then he has to meet those guidelines, if that makes sense. And I just
So-
want to get your guys' approval on that because, if there are a repercussion that comes from
Well,
this.
there's 2 things. The past commission can't hold this commission liable for anything.
Exactly.
So this is something brand new that's going to come in front of us today. Secondly, I went back and viewed all of those videos that Shaq had sent to us, and I cannot see that that was ever said that we were going to waive the security. So where is that at? Where did that come from?
Well, from my understanding is, I know it wasn't voted on or anything like that. I was just, thought you guys kind of unanimously was like okay with him doing his own security.
Again, I reviewed all of those videos, and that was not. Shaq, did you view them also?
I viewed a lot of videos, and there was never a vote by the commission to let him do his own security.
So, I'm not sure where he got that from, but it says right here that he has to have them and licensed in uniform. So we talked about this a little bit in our work session yesterday.
Okay.
So we'll make that determination today. I did talk to the sheriff late last night, and they do have issues out there that they do have to sometimes take action on. So I think it's just a number. I think here's the contract, and it specifically says a licensed and uniformed
Correct.
personnel. Now, he said that he uses a posse member with a actual deputized law enforcement, so they're acting as a team, but the deputy or the Sheriff's
The posse
is
member is
only at
deputized. They're just not
$20 an hour.
post-certified.
Right, and the other guy is with him, so they're working as a team of two. So
That
it's-
is my understanding
It's
as well, yes.
$40 an hour for the actual deputy and $20 an hour for the posse. So he's already reduced it, so it's not just a deputy. It's, I mean, he has reduced that to a posse member to help them. But they can't take any uniformed action, correct? They can't arrest anybody.
Correct, I believe.
So they're there to help them, but they can't make an arrest.
Yeah, and I know, I think Eugene's issue with some of that was he didn't think that they were doing their jobs adequately. And the couple incidences that they did have, he said, you know, he was the one that had to intervene and take care of the situation. Now, obviously, we're not out there during his car races because we just don't do anything with that. So I, you know, whatever sheriff might think might be the best play of action, you know, is all I can kind of go off of. I'm not sure if he's really for him having law enforcement, or if he's okay with, you know, not having law enforcement present.
No, the sheriff wants law enforcement present.
So then if that's the
So-
scenario, then we probably do need to go and stay, you know, and not do a waiver.
I think if we're going to change the contract, we should change the contract. We looked at this, you brought this forward, and the contract is the contract.
No, I agree.
So,
Has he signed the contract for this year?
No, he is not. That's because we were trying to figure out this little part and whether or
so
not.
who's working out at the racetrack if a contract hasn't even been signed?
Well, he's got his guys over there just prepping from the stuff that they had in their last demo derby, getting that tore out and getting the track ready, if that makes sense. He hasn't
So
signed.
until we sign a contract, really, we should have a contract signed before we have anybody out there.
Well, what we do is we do a user agreement every year. So the actual contract, like he signed in 2018, I think it is, when Tanner was here, we just kind of hold that on file because they wouldn't do a 5-year deal with them. So
That's not correct. I asked that question specifically to him, and it's a
Exactly.
year-by-year contract.
Exactly. They
So
wouldn't
it's
do the
not a
5-year.
5-year deal. It's not a 5-year contract.
Correct. But anything in this full contract, we just had him sign the papers of, you know, and we just kind of hold that over. And then every year we do a new user agreement with him, which
Okay.
says he does abide by this contract. Now that user agreement, I didn't want to sign that new one because we don't have those new stipulations on a contract, if that makes sense. Which means I would want to adjust this contract for him specifically if we decide to do that. Which means if we want to waiver any security, I do have a security waiver for him. But I don't want to do that without your guys', you know, backing or okay. I know a lot of the stuff out there has kind of been verbal in the past. So
Well,
we're trying
and
to
we
get
kinda-
past
I
some
mean,
of that.
he keeps bringing this verbal stuff to us.
I know
and
it.
I spend a lot of time reviewing a lot of films, and that was never stated. So I don't like that. And now we've got people out there working on that. We don't even have a signed contract, and the contract is specific to specific dates.
Well, we do have the signed
Correct.
contract, just not the user agreement, right?
Do what?
We have the signed contract, just not the updated user agreement.
Correct. So the contract we just kind of held, which is this here. Well, it's not this
But
one
the
actually.
user
but-
agreement is specific to just the days he's going
Correct.
to use the track.
So, yeah, correct. The user agreement is the specific dates that says you got it for this rental day, you know, to do your event. Now, we don't charge him for prep days or anything like that. So when he's out there getting ready or prepping or, you know, day before, like right now, getting ready to get the track up to date, we don't charge him for that. We only charge him for his usage when he does a race or a derby or something of that nature.
So should this be a year-round contract and not specific to a user's dates?
Ask that again, I'm sorry.
I said, should this not be a specific contract for an annual basis?
Which is
Because,
which is what it
because
is.
is what,
I think what we probably ought to do is make sure the user agreement refers to that contract if it doesn't. I think it does. The user agreement does refer to the contract. Maybe we should specifically put into the user agreement the date that the contract was signed.
Okay.
So that it refers, so it's clear.
Back to that one,
Right.
okay.
Right. So
makes
that
sense.
that contract is perfectly clear to everybody that that's the contract we are talking about when we say contract. The user agreement has the word contract in it. Maybe we just add in contract that was entered into on such and such date.
So,
Okay.
I know we're way off topic here.
No, I
We
know.
need to
Go
get
ahead.
back to, we can take care of that with John. So, the question is, how many does he need per the agreement?
Per that agreement, it's whatever we decide upon, because he's out there at the racetrack, it's something separate. That's not the Coliseum or anything of that.
Right.
So it's whatever we
Which
decide.
is the outside.
Correct. Now, that was verbally
activities.
done a couple years back. So that's why it's not specifically wrote in the one that he actually signed, because that was just kind of a verbal deal.
So how many have we agreed to?
One deputy and one sheriff's posse.
So 2 security guards.
To my understanding,
And Mr.
yes.
Felker is asking to not have deputies, but to provide his own security.
Correct.
So one of you guys needs to motion yes or no, and then the other 2 take a vote.
Got it.
And if we do decide to do security, does he have to go with our local law enforcement, or is he okay to go somewhere else and pull in
I think they're
certified?
the only ones that have jurisdiction.
Okay. That would be the other part of that.
And, I was talking with John here. It says in bold type here, must be licensed and uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know what licensed means. Does that mean post-certified? Does it mean driver's licensed?
What does that mean, John?
Yeah.
Driver's license and deputized.
And anybody
Is
can
it
throw on, we don't want anybody
deputized?
just throwing a T-shirt on that says security on the back.
Yeah, and so I don't know where the word license came from, but I don't know if security personnel have their own licensing.
Because this is gonna be
We
the
use-
same question that's gonna come up for Mr. Higgins right here.
These
Yeah.
people are deputized and uniformed, is self-explanatory.
Mhm.
We could change that name, that word to say deputized. Do you know if there's a special licensing agency that licenses security?
Not that I am aware, no.
Yeah.
I think there is, but I don't know. I think there is.
If there is, that's probably what it refers to, but obviously that would be a term of contention if
Okay.
anything arose.
Is that?
Well, if they don't have the power of arrest out there, doesn't matter whether it's a Cortez police officer or sheriff's department, or as long as they're certified, because they don't have the power of arrest is what I just took out of this.
They may have the power of arrest, and especially if they're deputized. I'm gonna say they do have the power to arrest. Did the sheriff say they don't have the power to arrest, or?
They have
I
the power
don't-
to restrain, don't they?
Yeah, I am not 100% on those particulars. You'd have to ask the sheriff
You're the one
on
that talked to the
His
sheriff last
recommendation
time. What
was
did
to
he
keep
say?
a deputy with a posse, because a posse I don't think can arrest. Or,
I believe that,
So,
but.
the
yeah, you-
recommendation was for one deputy, one posse.
I move we go with the recommendation of our sheriff's department to have one deputy and one sheriff's posse out there for a minimum of 2 guards in the outdoor activities.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to keep the outdoor activities as one deputy and one posse member, working as a team of 2. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Which would apply to you also.
Yeah, we go through the sheriff's department anyways.
So that's what you want to do for anything that happens at the racetrack as far as car races or demo derbies, correct?
I would think it says any outside activities.
Okay.
So we just determined that that's an outside activity.
Well, if you say outside activity, is that including our outdoor arena now? I guess that's my only concern in that kind of language. So if I have, a small little barrel race outside where we don't require security, do they now have to have one sheriff's posse and one deputy?
Have we done that in the past? We
No.
have not had
I've always done a security waiver with those.
Right.
But we've also kind of been there, so we kind of get an idea, and we're only talking about 100 people. We're not talking about 1,500.
Right.
Well, that should be left to your discretion.
Okay. I just want to make sure that language is, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't think that's, I mean, you have to, yeah.
You have discretion to keep
Use
Okay.
your discretion
Okay.
to get through that.
Perfect.
I
Or
don't-
choose not to if you think it's going to be too big.
Okay. And that's exactly why.
Obviously, the fair is a large event.
And that's why I wanted to refer to
so
you
are the
guys
races.
on this one, because it's a big event, so.
Do you have a determination between a minor event and a large event?
I mean, I could probably put a number on it if we wanted to, you know, but anything
that's
that.
tough to do.
Yeah, I know it's hard to do that.
Maybe kids versus adults.
Yeah, and it kind of depends on what they're doing, you know, and how vast they, you know, of an area that they accommodate. I mean, if they're in a small little spot, you know, it's not too hard to kind of see everything that's going on.
Use your discretion. If you don't think
Okay.
that you want to make the decision, bring it to us.
That'll work.
All right.
And what do they do for stuff like the gun show and
They have to have 4 guards.
Okay.
Correct. They hired the sheriff's posse and they're on guard full-time. So,
But that's the Coliseum and that's specific. So we're done.
Okay.
You have your answer.
Thank you.
Was the vote made? I heard the motion and the vote. Okay.
To keep 1 sheriff's deputy and 1 posse member.
And the other thing I did want to bring up, as far as the racetrack goes down there, I don't know if you guys decided to do much for capital gains as far as the fence goes. I have noticed the fence is kind of leaning a little bit more than it did last year out there where it's between the.
We did put
Okay.
the amount in the capital budget for the fencing.
Okay. So I just wanted to see.
Just a matter of whether we're going to spend it or not.
Perfect. I just want to give you an update on that, just kind of give you an idea. There is
is it leaning left or right?
north.
Okay.
And as far as my stuff, I believe, oh, there is one other thing I wanted to talk about as far as the kitchen goes. I've had lots of inquiries as far as people wanting to rent that kitchen as a commercial kitchen. I do have some issues when we look at that as far as insurance requirements now. Our insurance requires people to have $1 million general liability. If somebody wants to go in there and rent the kitchen, and I'm running into this situation, it costs them about $200 to go get that general liability plus $100 to rent the kitchen. Therefore, they don't really want to rent the kitchen in that scenario. I guess, are you guys okay if we decide to say the county is liable for anything that might happen if I rent the kitchen out to those small little things like that?
What do we do at the senior center? What's the requirement there?
Because it's a commissary kitchen too, isn't it?
Yeah, same thing.
Mhm.
Why don't you check
I don't,
with them?
I think, why don't you check with
what
Jonathan
John
and then, because we can reduce that. I mean, that doesn't have to be $1 million to rent that kitchen. I think
Okay.
$1 million was because you're renting the entire complex.
Exactly, and we've
You're
never.
renting a,
Mhm. I've never run into this situation, so
If they're
we.
gonna use it for a commercial kitchen, $1 million liability for food service is kind of the bare minimum. Because if you poison somebody, you know, you put out one item that
Mhm.
makes somebody sick,
Well, this
these
is,
guys get involved.
this is where this goes down to. Like, for instance, a family reunion.
Right.
If I have somebody do a family reunion out there, they're only serving their own family, so they don't even have to have a health certificate.
Right.
All right, so if they come in and they say, yeah, I want to rent the kitchen, then I would say, well, you have to have $1 million general liability, so we're.
why don't you reach out to a half a dozen other counties that do the same thing and then bring back a recommendation to us?
Okay.
Check on
Can do
what they
that.
charge to use their kitchens too, because $100 seems pretty high for some of the little deals that just go in and use it for an hour to cook a few things.
So he can do some research and then get that back to us
Because
and
I
we'll
know a
make a
couple of the
decision.
other commissary kitchens around Cortez charge $25 to go in and use it for an hour to prepare stuff for their concession stands and stuff to go sell.
Yeah, some
it.
of them
And
just do an hourly charge instead of the
if you're
daily.
selling 20 burritos a week, it costs you $100 to make them here.
Right.
I'll get that back to you. That's all I have. Unless you guys got further questions for us.
Good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. We gotta interject him back to where he left off.
Since we have to go through the process of collecting road impact fees and Rob gets the use of them, he doesn't mind it waiting a little longer, I'm sure. You get all the money. Anyway, Shaq, on Dropbox,
I'm getting it right now.
you had all that time about breakfast burritos,
What
cooking.
breakfast burrito? Who got a breakfast burrito?
Joel had 20 of them, cooked
yet.
up in a pot. Here, I can just pass you the paper document. So all we're looking to revise is just the procedure for collecting road impact fees, not the whole previous 4 pages of the fee schedule that was adopted January 1st, 2017.
So I hate to drag out another long discussion. But if we're charging these when people build and not when they subdivide, even though it's going to road impacts, shouldn't it be called a building fee since that's what the fee is for?
So as I was saying, we're only going to address correcting a sentence there on page 5, and we're not re-adopting the previous 4 pages of the actual fees. Those will be reviewed. The school district for Montezuma County or MCHS RE1 school district, they're looking to amend their fees, and that would be something that the whole fee schedule can be reviewed when they bring that from their school board. So we're just looking to make this clarification change.
That's all it is a correction and clarification. Really, it sounds like nothing's changing in the process.
Correct.
This is informational purposes to help clarify or correct any misunderstanding. No fees are changing.
But it does kind of sound like a building fee instead of a road impact fee if we put it to the residential part of it.
That's how we collect road impact fees, though, is based
Because
on
it's a residential structure.
Because
It's
you
not
put a
building
residence there,
fee.
now you have vehicles using the road to get there or in the area. We don't have a building department, so we're not charging building fees.
And we don't collect a road impact fee if you're not building a structure.
So is all we're collecting is the driveway permit is something
Totally,
different.
totally separate.
Yeah, so it's a specific permit. This is just the impact fee for that lot.
It's a very minimal amount of money to pay to build
What's the
a new
fir-
house in Montezuma County. If we had a
So-
building department, you'd be paying $15,000.
What is the formula that we come up with, I think is what you were gonna ask him.
Yeah, to determine the amount from here to here and here.
Okay, so
Structure.
if it's not in a subdivision, if it's on vacant land, whether it's 3 acres or 3,000 acres, it's $1,400 plus $25 per mile to the nearest state highway. 491, 160, 145, 184. If it's in a minor subdivision, it's the same scale, $1,400 plus $25 per mile.
But those are all paid for by the developer within a subdivision now. We're talking.
Correct. In the
Right.
past,
They
some
weren't
have, some
collected.
haven't.
Okay.
In the 70s, no, they weren't paid at all. And if they're vacant lots then and they're vacant lots now, there's been no road traffic to them. So if you build now, you've added road traffic to the road system. In a moderate subdivision, they're $2,750 plus $50 per mile to the nearest highway. Same with a major subdivision, $2,750 plus $50 per mile to a highway.
What's the difference? Just because it's moderate and minor?
Moderate and minor is the same road impact fees. they're both significantly higher past a minor. A minor is 2 to 3 lots with each lot averaging at least 10 acres.
And you all can discuss the fees, you know, I think this presentation, as far as the fee structure, was, 6 years ago, where this fee structure was adopted. None of that's being proposed to be changed right now. I did hear.
That will be at a later
At a later
time.
date
School
because of
districts are considering-
RE1.
RE1's definitely looking at revising their fees. And at that point, it would probably be prudent to review all the fees in the schedule, but this isn't changing any fees, it's just clarification.
Okay,
let's do the
so
clarification.
you good with basically a strike of that sentence and adding just the word structure to it?
Correct.
I need somebody to move it forward.
We need a movement. So move we alter the procedure for collecting road impact fee. I'm not wording this right.
We just have a clarification.
Just clarify the word accessory to the word structure.
Plus you need to strike the square footage and stuff.
And strike the square
And
footage,
strike it,
correct.
Yeah. And strike the second residential home not to exceed 1,500 square feet.
I'll second it.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded for clarification to the procedure for collecting road impact fees. We will strike accessory use, second residential home not to exceed 1,500 square feet will be stricken, and the word structure will be added after residential. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 That should do it.
Okay.
So how does this apply down to 7th and Sligo?
He's already paid those.
Nobody's paid them, nobody's put in an official residence, no septic system. They are in the process of making some headway on that.
So it will apply.
Yeah.
So it will apply.
But it already would have applied.
Yeah.
I mean, we were.
Yeah, it applies to every parcel in the county.
The only difference there is that he may not come in to get a septic permit there because he's going to have.
If he puts a house on
Wastewater,
there,
yeah.
he's still gonna have to pay the road impact fees, even though he's not
within
putting
the
in a septic system.
Right,
He's tying into the sand district line.
right.
So septic, I mean, we can change the whole wording of this. But that's a special situation. It's basically a road impact fee anytime you put a residence on property.
So should we get rid of it, or if it's not gonna be related to a septic permit?
That just triggers it because everybody goes to environmental health first.
Now,
Nobody
this is a
even
special
read-
situation.
It is a special, but we're gonna get more of those.
Yep.
Yep.
So,
That's why I tell every realtor, tell everybody looking to build, read the land use code. You can't just do what you want. Realtors shouldn't promote Montezuma County's easy to build and you can just do what you want. We don't have a building department with building permits, but we have a land use code and you do owe fees and you do have a process to go through.
okay,
It's user friendly and we're good to get along with, but you have to do it. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
You bet. That's all I got.
okay. All right,
Rob, you got any questions?
Rob,
All right, see ya.
we're gonna go ahead and bring Bonnie up because she has a meeting that she. I'm messing with you. Come on, man. Come on up. Good morning, Rob.
Good morning. I'm gonna keep it short.
Thanks for
I've heard
coming.
that
See you
before.
next week.
I had a whole bunch of things planned, but I got a better idea. I got things to do, so. I did kind of change the schedule around, where we were in the past years using a 2-week look-ahead schedule. Now with the monthly meetings, I didn't feel like that was being really put to work the way it was intended. It is still at work at the shop with the guys, you know, with the weekly schedules. But with this schedule here, I'm trying to first generation monthly schedule by the month to give you a general idea of what our activities are for this month. And I intend to refine it down and get with Vicki and get it on the webpage for the public information. So kind of playing with the idea. So bear with me on this. But this month, blue indicates that we're pulling gravel out of ditches, reshaping crowns, blading roads, getting ready for mag chloride, so to speak, or at least clean up from the winter snow plowing, which there's a lot of gravel off the shoulders and in the ditches that we're going after getting that pulled up. So we're showing that for a couple of weeks this month. We will be starting, we're completed last week, the grinding and the cover up of the grind sections we did at Yellow Jacket. We did Road Y at Road 16. There was 5 miles out there we ground up. We did a section of road over on Road N west of 491. And then we did about a quarter of a mile, a little more, half a mile of Road 25, to the sawmill down there. Got that chunk cleaned up and ground up and mag chlorided and put back together. So it's a better road in there now. In fact, it's sped up everybody, and everybody's moving quickly through there now. So sometimes going back to gravel isn't bad, you know. So anyway, we got that done. So that activity took place, and that's one of our spring things too. So, and then the orange is showing we're going to get started on that McCamel slide this month in earnest. We need to get going on that, and we've made a lot of progress in the last couple of weeks with some different things, and I'll go over that here in just a few minutes. So that's moving forward. And then last is the green and the yellow. We're going to be putting some gravel on some roads in the Mancos district in the next week and a half, and then some out in the Dolores district. So that operation continues this month. So those are the bigger ticket items. There's a lot of little things that fill in the blanks there on a 2-week look ahead schedule, but this is the general scope. And I think this might help with some of the questions out there on the webpage with interested parties want to know what we're up to nowadays. So if you see anything you want to change on this, again, this is generation 1, more to come. So I'm happy to work with anybody on that and make it better. So any questions on schedule?
When are you going to start pothole filling?
I did,
Did
actually.
you?
Which road do you live on? I'll make sure I
live-
get there.
I
Lewis.
Well, no, I live down on South Broadway,
Oh,
but.
That's the city of
That's
Cortez.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
city of Cortez, but I was out on County Road P, east of 145, and there's a couple of pretty good sized holes.
we got those last week, and we got N and L, and L going west, L going east, east-west. We did a lot of them there last week, so,
I was out there Sunday. on P
and
Street.
still got some on P?
Yeah.
Okay. And we will get that going again with, we've been hiring some high school kids every year. I haven't found any this year, not that I won't, but we do that, and that usually comes in middle, late May. We put some summer help put together, and we do potholes all summer and mow and do general labor type stuff with them. So hopefully that'll get going. But we did put a crew out there last week, so I'll go take a look at those for you. The McCamel Slip project, I brought in a PowerPoint presentation that I presented to the Mountain Ute tribe last week, and so I thought I'd go over that with you this morning. As a reminder, we are in that green shaded area within tribal lands. That green section going down through there is Road G. The red line darting back and forth is the power line that got moved last year, relocated to the south side of the road, then back to the north side of the road, where the slide actually took it out. It dropped the line on the ground. So they're in that situation now, or position. The lower blue line represents the existing canal as it's in place now, and that will be replaced with pipe, 900 foot of PIP piping plus 250 foot of HDPE going through the culvert underneath Road G.
Is that what's in your yard out there?
Yes, sir. Mhm. So there's what the utilities look like, and then the orange line on the north side of the road there, that is the fiber optic, or not the fiber optic, but the telephone line with CenturyLink going down through there. So these are all the major, and the blue line below the Road G is the Montezuma water, domestic water. So there's a lot of utilities going through this that depend on this road staying in place. You got power, you got water, you got phones, and you got irrigation, all depending on this road not falling out of down the creek and going down the San Juan. So a lot of emphasis being put on this. Next slide. So these are the well locations that we drilled. I know you guys have heard me talk about these wells, and I don't know that I ever really brought it up on a screen, but the red line on the north side of the road indicates where the slide is currently positioned. That old satellite picture shows it not being slid, but it is. So wells were located on the north side of the road, south side of the road, TB 1, 2, and 3 are the ones that we're reading the high percentages of water, higher elevations of water being backed up against the road. And then across the road, 4 and 5 are telling us what the water's doing on the north side as it passes through the road and into the slide area. So we're monitoring these since the 1st of December, and we've dropped about 10 to 12 feet in water elevation on the south side of the road since the water was shut off in late October. So that tells us now, scientifically, if you want to go there with it, that the canal is probably the largest influence of this situation down there. And it gives us a tattletale to watch as we put this pipe into work and get the water out of that area, or at least encased in pipe around this area, and see what it does during irrigation season, which we anticipate showing little to no change with the water wells. If anything else, continue going down, we hope. So.
How often are you taking those readings?
Once a month.
Once a month.
Mm-hmm. There's the charts starting in December 2nd all the way to, I can't read it, I can't read
to
it.
February 22nd.
February 22nd. There's been 2 more since then. John Butler does that with Troutner. He takes care of it. And sometimes he'll get down there and grab an extra one a month because he's got time to run down there and do it. But he's monitoring the wells for us and charting all that. So, green line represents Road G. Yellow line represents the existing canal as it sets there now. So you can see the wiggles and the waggles and the bends and all that we've got to get around. So we've created a tangent around there that will allow us to put the PIP pipe together with about a degree and a half of bend per joint, and allow us to come through there. So we will be relocating the old ditch into the new line and establishing a route that ties right back into the existing ditch about 900 feet from the outlet side of the culvert. And then there's 250 feet or 215 foot of culvert we have to slide through. So this is phase 1. Work as explained to the tribe is that this is up on the hill looking at the ditch alignment. We've done some clearing down there at this point. The trees are gone. Everything's removed as far as brush goes. We're down there currently moving some trees out of the way. And this is phase 1. We'll go in, we'll put the pipe in, we'll regrade it, probably even put a little gravel on top to be used as a temporary bypass road if something is needed later. Right now we don't anticipate it, but this would be your detour around the slide area if the slide continues to move and we lose the road or have to deem it necessary to shut the road down. We'd be able to build a temporary detour on this pipe alignment to get up around this slide area. Then phase 2 would be after this fall. We show a decrease in water or movement, and right now the slide is pretty stable for several months now since this all started. It hasn't, a little bits broke off, but nothing moving particularly, just a little crumbling. So as you can see from there, we're very close to the toe of the road, and the slide is becoming a big issue. And so if we show that we can hold the water from moving it anymore, we may be able to design a repair on this with simply embanking some material with some riprap at the toe to hold it, prevent the erosion off the creek from wiping it out. If it doesn't do the trick, then we are looking at some major designs in crib walls, sheet piling, or something there to stop this from taking any more of that road out. So we're not prepared to do anything on phase 2 yet until we see just exactly what happens with phase 1. So. And then this is part of the resolution from the Mountain Ute tribe. Before we started work, we had to do a archaeological site visit. So we got Alpine consultants out of Montrose on board, and they came in, and we did this area surrounded in red internally inside the red line there. So on the south side, of course, it's the irrigation. On the north side, it's the slide. And the highlighted yellow section is a very sensitive archaeological site there. So we have to be particularly careful right there, maybe even to the point of having monitoring while we're working on that site if we're going to do any excavations. right now, we're working on the south side, and everybody's pretty happy that we're not gonna be getting any trouble over there, so we'll go ahead and do the work. So the way we're proposing it on the final say is to work on the south side and then reevaluate it later this summer, early fall on the north side, and see what we have to do for monitoring, so, to work in there. So that was what I showed the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, and they were happy to see all this, and they were very supportive, and I want to thank them for what they did down there with their meeting, and did a lot of good discussion, a lot of good questions, and they voted to let us proceed with the work as long as we had this in place, which we do now, and gave us a resolution, signed resolution to get started here. So to date, we've received all the HDPE pipe and the blue PIP pipe. We're still missing 200 foot on that order. It's hard to get. If anybody wants to know about irrigating right now, pipe is hard to get. So we grabbed it while we could, and we got it, and we're very fortunate. In some places where you can't even get pipe right now. So we got that. So I'm working with Wimminooge Construction on getting a fusion machine in there. I've asked them to give me a price to do the fusion and do the grouting. Those years that I worked with them, they're very good at that kind of work. They've got the equipment to grout this annual space around the sleeve and get that supported. Again, it is our responsibility to change these culverts out, as we've learned, and this culvert is, we're going to save it by putting a pipe inside of it and not have to tear that road out to change that culvert. So this is one of the reasons I'm pretty happy to be doing some of this anyway, because that pipe's in desperate need of repair, so, or that culvert is. So we're getting two things with one stone here, a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and hopefully make this all work. So, so far, out of the money that was allocated to do this work, we're at about $70,000 now in materials and consultants and engineering. So we're not doing too bad considering where we're at. We're still planning on doing the lion's share of the work out of our own department, which will be a big savings, and move forward with this. So there's kind of an update of where we're at with that, and after the tribe's participation in it last week, I thought we'd come out of that pretty well. So pretty happy. Any questions on the slip? Okay. Alkali Creek Bridge, dragging its feet a little bit. We've been working with CDOT and the land acquisition departments. We're working with the landowners out there, still doing some negotiations on purchasing additional right-of-way with some fencing, ditches, and the typical, 1, 2, 3s back and forth to try to get it all worked out. But we're moving forward, and slow, but we're still moving. So that's about all I can report on the bridge. May 1st, McCamel cleanup. Last year we couldn't do it because of COVID, but we've been working with the local folks down there with the sheriff's department, and they do an annual cleanup once a year. May 1st is what they've been doing it. So we donate 2 little end dump trucks and a couple of drivers to go down and help haul bagged refuge to the landfill. Landfill works with them to let them dump it in the landfill on the May 1st. And it's been working pretty good, or at least it did that one year. So that's all set up to go again this year, so we'll be doing that this year. And just thought I'd let you know we'll be putting a couple trucks out there on the 1st of May, so all day, Saturday. So if you guys want to help the locals down there bag their trash, well, they take all the help they can get. So. Then on the bike path at Dolores, James Dietrich's probably kind of fills you in on some of this. There was a meeting up there the other day, and I think this is a great idea, and the road department's in full support of this idea of putting a bike path up the hill behind the high school, going up towards Dolores Norwood, or up to Dolores Norwood Road. We got some great ideas. A young man's name's Sean. He's seems like a brilliant young man, has some neat ideas, and I think this will really be nice. And he was asking about gravel, and I just said, come visit with the commissioners. I'd like to hear from you. And we do this from time to time, donate gravel for some things like this. And I just said, visit with you guys. And so I'm more than willing to participate, just to let you know. So.
Thank you for that, Rob. And also, I was going to, I think James Dietrich will update the commissioners on this today. Also, I think I understood, maybe not from you, but either through Sean Gregory or somebody else, that you didn't think it was a bad idea to also allow part of the path to be in our county road right away. That wouldn't be a problem.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I think it's fine.
So we were going to address that with the BOCC, make sure that you all agreed.
I think that was on the upper end too, right after they get past the V.2 or 3.
Yeah, or
in
even
the
up there,
right-of-way
yeah.
as you go straight, all the way up to
W, or even on into the Forest Service. So.
It'd be nice if they put parking on W.
Really? Are they parking on W?
There's a huge, we were hauling water,
Uh-huh.
and we couldn't even pull in because people park on W on the left-hand turn.
On the east side of W, down by Boggy.
Not towards Boggy, on the opposite side, they park their cars right there, so you can't see around them when you're trying to pull onto 31, and when you're trying to pull
Uh-huh.
a trailer hauling water in and people are coming out, you can't get past because there's cars parked right there.
I'll look at that. And we don't particularly say you can't park in shoulders or ditches. We just say you can't park on a road. And McCampbell, they were parking on the road. So if they're doing that,
There's
yeah.
an open spot in front of that transformer right there,
Okay.
which is fine, but, or more ideal, but when they park right on the road, it's hard.
Oh, we'll go look at that, yeah. Yeah, we'll put some signs up. We have no
Just-
parking on the road, so,
Sorry.
thank you. No.
Since it came up.
Well, it's getting very popular up there. This bicycle race coming up here in, I don't know, sometime in the next 30 days. It's all part of that big route, so it's very popular. And the road department's very happy about helping with the trail if we can, because it gets the bikes safely off the road and away from them
Yeah, that's
high
a
speed.
dangerous hill with
Yeah.
bicycles.
It's not just the bikes, it's really the pedestrian
Walkers,
traffic.
pedestrians, yeah,
Is
and-
more, there's a lot of pedestrian traffic.
And of course, the more we pave, the faster it gets. So
Yep.
it's becoming an issue that we need to watch out for, so. And then the last piece of business I have is a, Shaq, I don't know if you got it on your screen or not, is a budget amendment for a wages we forgot to put in on our final.
The watermark on there, it still says draft, but we'll get that
Yeah,
down now.
okay,
So
so,
this was just a clerical oversight when the budget was presented. We just need to adjust the line items for permanent salaries and for the benefits. An employee accidentally got left off payroll as a clerical error, so there's plenty of money there to cover it. It just needs to be amended.
Somebody got left off, huh?
oh well. Somehow he keeps getting a paycheck though, so.
Well, and he'll keep getting a paycheck whether you guys amend it. So,
I think we need to get it right, yeah, so.
Move we adopt Resolution 5, 2021, amending the budget for the Road and Bridge Fund.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt resolution number 5, 2021, a resolution amending the budget for the Road and Bridge Fund, a change from $562,179 to $576,489 for a total increase of $59,030. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Now, before you leave, I have a request from Renew for
I see.
some pea gravel and some dirt to be at their location. Where did it say? They're gonna clear an area for sod, sand, and gravel.
who's they?
Renew, Inc. They're a local organization for.
Yeah, they're the
It's
better.
the-
Right. And they say they already have hauling available, so all they need to do is get some pea gravel and some dirt. They're asking for, crisis, 8 loads of topsoil and a couple of loads of pea gravel.
I can help with pea gravel, but I don't have any topsoil.
Okay. Could you give Tracy Blagg a call?
Sure.
She's
So we know a guy that could help with composting on
Okay.
topsoil.
565-4886.
4886?
That's correct.
Okay.
You're not even done screening it yet. How can you be sold out? Oh. Well, then there's no way you're sold out.
I will take care of that for you.
Okay.
Did you get that number, Mel?
You ready?
You can just forward him the email. It would be a little bit easier to look at it.
Okay.
Just forward it to both of them.
Okay.
That way they have an electronic copy.
Rob, do you know if,
Hey, Lindsay at CO.
Yeah.
Montezuma.co.us.
do you know in our PAX case if Ernie and the PAX surveyor have hooked
I'll
up
send
yet?
it to Shaq, he can send it to you, if we can really get this in a circle.
I'm supposed to meet Ernie at 11:30. I'll find out and let you know, but I don't think so.
I might send an email
Yeah.
to us saying, hey, Ernie, have you yet?
Yeah. Okay. He hasn't said anything to me about it anyway, so. Anything else?
You're going to be late.
I'm sorry all of you had to wait for me, but you know.
Thanks, Rob.
We need to redo this. You get us up front. We're the ones out making a dollar around here, you know? I know, Shaq. Have a good day.
Okay, Mel. He said to place you at the bottom. That was a request to move you to the bottom.
Oh, the wind caught up at like 9:30, so I'm.
Don't you get more coverage when the wind's blowing?
Right?
Okay, one thing right there on our budget, first page, petroleum contaminated soil, the one little project I mentioned last time that was 600 yards, turned out to be about 5,000. That was a hefty income to our deal of about $9,500 for February. We still haven't received payment for March yet, so it's gonna be some more money for that, which was really good. The methane testing that we did and the repercussions from the state, the report has been sent in. The email from our consultants, great news, the site came in well under the 30 milligrams a year threshold. So no further testing required until March of 2026.
All right.
So
5
that's gonna
years.
be every 5 years, we're gonna have to maintain that testing,
So that means we need to set aside 10,000 a year for that?
10,000 a year approximately for this testing.
Hey, you might increase that just a little bit because it'll.
What if the
It'll go
regs
up.
change?
Sure.
It'll probably.
They never get less restricted.
Yeah. Ran into a small snag with the Carver compost pad with the soil. They said they didn't think it would pass, but then they said it had too many rocks in it, but this doesn't have to meet the same specifications as a cell 4 liner did. So they're rerunning it. They think it's gonna pass. We haven't got the results back yet. So we're kind of stagnant on that, and I'll probably be composting on top of cells 1, 2A, 2B, and cell 3 this summer, because we will be in cell 4.
Who took the samples?
Jacob from Weaver.
Well, you tell that engineer we're not paying him to keep the rocks in the sample. Pay attention what he's getting in that shovel.
Well, we dug through the snow to get him a sample, so
Might be a better sampling conditions now.
it could be. And he mentioned that, we may have to grab another bucket, but I don't think we're gonna have an issue with it, because it's the same soil that we used. He just happened to grab a spot that had a rock in it, we didn't know under the snow. We're in cell 4. We're probably about a fourth of the way across it. We've got enough room in there now for multiple trucks, and we're gonna start putting some privates in there, continue to selectively place trash until we get our 5 foot of cover, or 5 foot of fluff in there. And covered, and then we'll be in full operation. The lake right there, right now, our pump's not in, we just got our power hooked up the other day. We'll be installing the pump this week, I'm hoping, as soon as I get my couplers. We'll be putting that in, and it'll be off and running. That's about all I got. Just packing trash, really busy.
Where did we end up with our quitclaim deed or with the sanitation district?
We
Where,
got it. I think I might have put it in your box, that or it's still on my desk. We got it yesterday.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they told me they were gonna deliver it to us, so.
Yeah, we got it yesterday.
so it's just a matter of signing it, which would be Joel?
Do we even have a place for a signature on it?
I don't believe so.
So, I'm gonna go look in the box. I just wanna put my
Okay.
eyes on it.
I'm
and-
just curious. I mean, that was a request
Yes, just
3-4 months ago. Just trying to, where are we at? All right, we'll take a 2-minute caucus.
They're not comfortable.
What's that?
The wood seats. We need some lazy boys.
I think I drafted that.
Let me try to set one of these up.
Yeah, yeah.
Sticks you out on your forehead.
Fighting these things.
Somebody call intermission.
As
you did.
2-minute intermission.
Who's our deeds commissioner? You can throw your eyes on it. I think I'm the one who drafted that a long time ago and gave to them. Apparently, we got it yesterday. Basically, it's a done deal. That means it's ours. We can sign, record that. I think we should. That's it. Unless we take some action to not accept it. It's ours.
Don't do that. If it's in our possession, we can use it.
So should I pass this on to the clerk to
Yeah, let's let the
file it,
other
or-
two commissioners see it, and I'll say the same thing that I just said, and we'll pass it on to get recorded.
That's a county document, so it won't have a fee. It's going to the county, right?
It is.
Okay. So
It
there's
is.
no
I mean,
fee.
I don't know about the fee answer, but I guess that's your call.
I know the fees, but we won't charge a fee to record it. since it's
If
for
you
the
do
county.
charge a fee, just charge it to
Mel.
The commissioner's
Mel.
travel budget.
Or the commissioner's travel budget. That does make sense.
We ought to have twice as much money in there since nobody used any of it for the last
I
year.
Actually, we
think we
cut that
predicted.
budget in half.
Right.
We cut that budget a lot because there wasn't a need for it.
Did you get your field, Bert?
Not yet. I was waiting for you to come out.
I thought you asked if he got his
That
field
you could
cert.
start
I was
burning.
like, wait, did I miss
Here
something?
you go, look at this so we can.
So commissioners, it looks like we did receive the quitclaim deed. I think Shaq received it yesterday. It looks like it was signed a couple weeks ago, so we've owned it for a couple weeks. And so unless we take some action to not accept that, then we own it, and we probably just want to record it.
See, that's the look I get from him.
We've been, okay. So, we're good to go. The quitclaim deed here is, so I guess we just give it to Miss Lynn and she can record it and it's ours.
Yep.
Okay, Mel, there you go. You have 40 more acres.
It's ours even before she records it. It's still
Are
the,
you
it's still a
gonna be
deed.
enforcing anything on that?
And she'll get that recorded promptly.
Is that the one, the dumpsters?
It is. Part of them are on that land, part of it's on the original landfill land, but it's an old landfill is what that was.
Oh, okay.
And whose
I've been
dumpsters are there?
anyways, so.
Huh?
I've been taking care of the weeds over there anyways.
Yeah, you have. So,
Right, there you go. You have your answer. We've completed that.
sweet.
One more thing. As soon as it's recorded.
No, it's already yours.
It's
That's
already
it's an
recorded.
official. Yeah.
It's already yours, man.
Yeah.
Go to work.
If Joel signed it, we're good.
I didn't sign it, but we're still good.
Who do you
Okay.
want the original back to?
You can keep it.
Shaq? We don't keep originals on file.
Yeah,
It's all digital.
get it to Miss Billy,
Billy, okay.
please.
I would.
It's not important. The photocopy is
It's
just as
recorded.
legit as anything.
Long as it's
It's-
Send it to Mel.
But you can give it to
The
Billy.
recording department keeps
Yeah,
the
give it to Mel.
original.
Right,
Send it to
Give
Mel.
it to Billy, or
Okay.
give it to Mel.
Give it to both Billy and Mel.
Yeah, put it in the trash can, he'll get it.
No. I'll get in trouble.
We actually don't need a motion on who you give it to, just,
That's,
Okay,
I just want to.
very good. Thank
All
you,
right.
Mel.
You gonna stay for mine?
No.
Come on.
Bonnie,
I'm gonna stay for yours.
well, we're,
Is anybody gonna stay?
I'm out of here.
there are 4 more people after you before we go to lunch.
Oh, okay, so I'll talk fast.
Actually, there are 7 more people.
Really?
3 commissioners and Mr.
Is this on?
Powers, Mr.
Ding.
Baxter, Mr.
Can you hear me?
Dietrich.
Okay, what kind of tree is that?
Dead.
Kind of, it'll probably come back.
Tree no more.
Looks like a salt brush. Salt
It's
cedar?
a Russian olive.
Say it again? What is it?
Russian olive. Okay.
And it needs to be.
Actually, no, that is a salt cedar. Never mind, now I'm remembering. That has pink wood, that's salt cedar.
Yeah.
Guys, right, I'm wrong. I'll admit it.
We
Okay,
can pass this for a week and come back and you can.
yeah. Okay, just some quick updates. So the CDA approved our 2021 Montezuma County grant for $40,000 for our Free Out of Fight project. $20,000 for a cost share program, and $5,000 for our Mancos River project. Our CPP, if you guys remember, on March, let me try to remember. I don't know. So it's been 350 some days since we were notified of the award. It's still in processing, so don't hold your breath. Okay, 5-star grants. We're not going to be notified until July 1st, 2021. GOCO grant will be notified of the awards early May. Next. So our plans, we're going to be at the Garden Show April 9th and 10th. We're going to have an applicator event which offers continued education credits for those with licenses on July 15th and 16th at the fairgrounds. Our backpack loaner program is pretty much beginning right now. We got all the stuff in our office, and we'll start scheduling times for landowners to come pick up a backpack loaner. Our Free Out of Fight crew is pretty much booked up through August or September. The beginning of May, I'll probably have a good idea if I can afford to hire 2 teenagers to help split up my crew. That way I can keep the excavator going 7 days a week.
So that would be based on receiving more grant funding?
Yes, exactly.
And so at that time, if she does that, we'll need to amend her budget too?
It'll just be a 2-month term for hiring the 2 teenagers to split my crew up, but we'll definitely keep in touch about that and the funding. I did hire a office manager. She's going to be processing applications and notification letters, and she's going to do a lot of field stuff such as property visits, monitoring, mapping, integrated pest management, etc. So I don't know if you've heard CSU Extension, I can't talk. Vanessa, you guys know Vanessa? CSU Extension hired her for admin. She's also going to be helping out our department for helping our public that's coming in for our department. It's just going to ease a lot of tension with the public because we have 2 departments in one office. So we've had kind of our struggles over the last few years. So Vanessa's going to definitely help solve those problems. She's going to be the forefront for both departments in our office. Okay, we're going to do 2 weeds of the month. This is the first weed. Did you guys look at my presentation last night? Did you cheat? Do you know what this is? Yeah, good job. Also known as Hoary Crest. She gets gold star. Okay, next. You'll see this stuff coming up right now. It's probably going to start flowering next month, mid-May. It becomes a monoculture over time, which means that it pushes out all the other species, and it's just going to be a solid mat of Hoary Crest next.
And so do people need to treat that now before it flowers?
You're seeing it come up. It's going to be hard to identify right now for folks, but right now is a good time to treat. It's such a short window to treat it. So from now to probably end of May is when the window for herbicide applications is. So this is on our noxious weed list B, requiring control and suppression on all lands within Colorado. It was probably initially introduced by early American settlers from Europe as an ornamental or garden plant. It is edible. People do eat it. But it is unpalatable to livestock, so they generally don't eat a lot of it. It can cause bloating in cattle if they do eat enough of it. It's rhizomatous. It's a perennial plant from the mustard family, meaning the seeds are very prolific. It produces a lot of seeds, and most of the seeds are going to be, they're going to be able to germinate, a high percentage of them. The plant emerges in early spring and tends to set seed by June. It easily outcompetes native vegetation and becomes a dense monoculture. It has a certain chemical that can be toxic to livestock at high levels. The total acreage in Montezuma County since 2015 has been 2,600 acres. Our current infestations are down to 1,600 acres, which is great. Next. So management, most herbicides will not be effective on this species. The only herbicide that seems to work has an active ingredient called metsulfuron. 2 brand names is Telar or Escort. I know IFA sells it as metsulfuron, that's the brand name. Repeated mowing will deplete the nutrient storage in the root system, but it also will deplete any desirable species in the area. So mowing won't necessarily be a beneficial thing for managing this species. Tillage is not recommended because of the rhizomatous root system. It'll just stimulate all the little root fragments to grow a new plant. Grazing at the right time can prevent seeds from spreading. However, the main the main power of this plant is the root system, and animals will not kill the root system by grazing. So it's kind of the same concept as mowing. Animals will graze the desirable species before this species, which is kind of defeating the purpose. You want to try to promote the grasses to try to outcompete the hoary cress. Fire will not kill the root system unless it's a really hot fire, but then again, if it is a really hot fire, you're going to be killing off your native or desirable species, so that's not really a recommended control option. So the best course of action is to use a selective herbicide like Teller or Escort to kill the root system, then follow up in the fall with reseeding efforts. Okay, how about this guy?
Myrtle spurge.
You cheated. Actually, you didn't really cheat because you did your homework, so you did it right. Yep, this is myrtle spurge. Next, you can go through these pictures. I don't know if you've recognized these. You can see it throughout Cortez. However, Cortez has been doing a very good job at enforcing their code enforcement, making landowners remove this guy. Because this is on the noxious weed list A, so it is required for eradication on all lands within Colorado. It's an introduced ornamental. It poses a danger to people because of its caustic latex sap, which causes nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea when ingested. The sap also can cause blindness if you get it in people's eyes. Skin contact with the sap causes redness, swelling, and blisters. With all spurges, they have a chemical reaction where they can shoot the seeds 15 feet away from the plant, so it's pretty impressive. I've only seen this species start invading one field within Cortez, but usually you're just going to find it in landscape scenarios. It is horrible. We've had people just come in covered with blisters and redness trying to pull this stuff. You have to use gloves because it is very toxic. I just said that. Hand pulling is effective, but obviously use gloves. And then you're going to want to dispose of all pieces of the plant in a plastic bag. If you pull it, the seeds are just going to be continuously shooting away from the plant because of the chemical reaction. So you got to get it in a bag right when you pull it up. Herbicide treatment can be effective. However, since these guys are generally growing in your garden, I would just recommend hand pulling it. Next. That's all she wrote. Short and sweet. Any questions? No?
Some money, hire some teenagers.
Yeah. Put them to work.
Yeah, I was gonna.
They don't have to be, but
Need to age discriminate.
yeah.
Hire the qualified people.
Yeah, just not many people are going to want to do a 2-month seasonal position. That's
Well,
what I'm
if they're
kind
in between school, couldn't it be a 3-month seasonal? I mean, you could reach out to Fort Lewis College or
True.
SW, or what do they go by? SWCC?
PCC, SWCC.
SWCCC.
I know generally, though, they get out late May, and then they start in August, late August, so it's pretty much a 2-month season. But yeah, it's
And,
non-age
I mean, you might send it out to anybody or
Yeah.
everybody. They might be looking for just 2 or 3 months.
Yep.
I heard Shaq might be looking for a job here pretty quick.
He would love it. He misses the outdoors.
Yeah, and I really might be by the time I finish my.
Okay.
Keep that in mind.
Good talk, guys.
All right. With that, we're gonna skip John and we're gonna go to James Dietrich, since he just, is that all right, John?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I actually don't think that I have much more to add than what I've been trying to contribute to other people's and James's right now.
Okay.
Gentlemen,
Good morning.
I'm going to underscore what Bonnie said about that spurge. Man, I've been pulling that out of my yard for 20 years now, and and I didn't realize it's shooting the seeds out. That's probably why I'm pulling it for 20 years. But
Were you putting it in a plastic bag?
No, I have not
See, there
been.
you
You know,
go.
that was my fatal mistake, apparently.
Or any of that yet, huh?
I'm sorry, John?
No diarrhea or blindness.
No, fortunately, yeah, and apparently I got tough hide or something too, because I've been pulling it with bare hands. But anyway, I'm still on it, and it's still coming up, so I'll get the plastic bags out, I guess. To get on with my report, just wanted to give the commissioners an update on the meeting with Congresswoman Boebert that I attended last week. I was able to cover the 30 by 30 project with her. She's well aware of it and has all the same concerns that we've got. And I think by and large, everybody in the room that I was there with also shared those same concerns. We heard it not only from Montezuma County, Archuleta County, and also some folks from La Plata County. So, yeah, I think it's on everybody's radar screen here. We did discuss the access to natural resources, which is one of the concerns we have with the 30 by 30 project, which includes forestry products as well as oil and gas, minerals. And then also the concerns we have with the water rights and, designation of wilderness areas as well as wild and scenic, because that is clearly part of that target. Talked about the recreation. That's part of the access issues. And again, that's something pretty important to, all of our communities in Southwest Colorado, and even more important if they're continuing to lock away natural resources. We just, agriculture is our backbone, but we have to have a diversified economy, and whether we like it or not, tourism is one of the cards we've been dealt to work with, and so we'll have to capitalize on that as best we can. And I think Congresswoman Boebert is pretty clear on that. She's from Rifle and feels exactly the same way we do. I did explain to her a little bit about the grazing rights issues that we're having in Keenen, and really kind of want to underscore that because any of these wilderness areas could potentially have this. I mean, you can have grazing in wilderness areas, but you could bet they don't like it in grazing areas, and it's going to be one of the targets. So other issues we discussed was the affordable housing and economic growth, and then also transportation being a major issue in Southwest Colorado. And really was kind of trying to tie that to some of the stuff that we're hearing from Washington with regards to the $2 trillion or whatever number they're coming up with as far as infrastructure. Transportation really is infrastructure, and social programs, in my view, probably don't qualify. Apparently in Washington, they're having a hard time getting their head around that. But one of the interesting things that I carried away from that meeting, and probably the commissioners are already aware of this, is that they're really trying hard to get rail into Farmington, which would be a benefit to our community and the whole four corners. It's a step in the right direction. So we hopefully can help support New Mexico in that bid. Then I guess I wanted to, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Come from Gallup?
I'm not sure, Jim. I didn't get a very good sense about what the corridor that we're evaluating for that. So that's something we need to do some more research on. So this is the first time I'd actually heard of that. And they didn't provide any details whatsoever. So we'll have to dig around on that. Wanted to give the commissioners an update on the Paz to Mesa Verde project on the Cortez side. So our consultants have been working for a couple months on this right now, but we're going to have a kickoff meeting with CDOT this coming Monday, and that's part of the formal process that we have to go through to meet our federal requirements because it's federal dollars coming in on that. So I wanted to let the commissioners know that it'll involve CDOT, it'll involve Mesa Verde, also the BLM, so the major partners in that, but just wanted to kind of let the commissioners know in case one of the commissioners would like to sit in on that. And it will be 3 o'clock on April 12th.
Which we have our work session, we could maybe be done at that time. Are you having it here?
Yes, we'll have it here. Yeah, it'll all be a virtual meeting. We don't want to, consume any more dollars than we need to for our consultants to come down and visit and stuff like that. So anyway, I think it would be very good for at least one commissioner to sit in on that. It kind of I think really helps to get it, get your head around what this project really is, the difficulties that we're facing with it, and when we go out and talk to our constituents, I think it'll help explain the project maybe a little bit better on that. Let's see, I guess I'm pretty clear on where we're at with the sign project. We'll just scratch that. And then I guess the last item I had was, let me back up. I think Rob covered everything we needed to cover on the Dolores Trail everybody feel pretty comfortable on that? Okay, I'll just skip on to the last one then, and that is the public cleanup effort. And, I think we're all pretty clear that, what's going on up there at Narragansett up is pretty small potatoes, and I'm certainly willing to help coordinate anything on that. The commissioner's direction, always willing to put forth the effort. But that's kind of a small project, so if we could expand that to take in a couple other needs out there, it'd probably be well worth our effort if we go down this path to accomplish as much as we possibly can at one time. So
After our meeting that we had out there at the lake yesterday, I think the Andrea and Arlene
and Gazi.
It sounds like they're going to just do that with the fair kids, right? Because it's such a small little project.
Well, they was wanting maybe you to coordinate it to get the paint and stuff.
Okay.
They would
CPW.
work on the 4-H clubs for a community service project to do the painting.
Okay, that's easy enough, and I've already made that outreach, so.
If you could reach out to
You bet.
Andrea, she's would set the 4-H kids and.
Okay. All right.
Because
We'll just do that.
CPW, MVI, everybody's already been talked to by you, so.
Absolutely, yes.
Just get with them and finish it up. It is a very small.
Yeah. Well, it's a good community service for the kids. I'm glad to help out with that. So, yeah, you bet. We'll get that taken care of.
Okay.
Okay, gentlemen, I think that concludes my report, unless we've got anything else we want to cover.
I don't think so. I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
James.
Thank you very much. And
All right.
Lynn, you too.
James, were you going to talk more about, were you going to show us a map of where they want, where the boggy draw bike path was going to be? Have the commissioners seen that map? I don't
I'm not sure the commissioners have seen that map, and what we understand is they're still working on that.
Okay.
So Goff Engineering is providing, they're actually providing a fair amount of engineering work on this. And it includes, likely includes a crib wall. There may be some, we just don't know for sure yet. But they are underway on this, and I think as soon as they get that finalized, we should take a good look at it and make sure we're all in agreement on it. So I think Rob was comforted to some extent by the fact that they are going through the engineering firm, and they'll actually have something that really evaluates the toe of that road and make sure that we don't do anything that disturbs the integrity of that road. One thing I would add is I think it sounds like they're not talking about taking out any guardrail any longer. So that would be one thing. We just don't disturb that at all, and that's probably a good thing.
So is the path going to be outside the guardrail?
Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, it'll be on the lower side of the.
Be in the bottom
Kinda,
of the canyon there.
well, it's
Goes
not
up
quite
through.
on the bottom, but it's kind of, it's close to the bottom. It can't stay right in the bottom in the wash, but.
Right, and I think this is one of the things that we will learn more through the engineering drawings when they show up, because there's still some evaluation on that, whether they go high or they go low on that, and how much fill it's going to need. I will let the commissioners know that there probably will be a request from the Southwest Cycling Association for some gravel, and they're thinking probably, at, say 2 loads or so. But again, until we get the engineering report from that, we won't know for sure what that quantity might be. But be prepared. I think they will be coming in for that request.
I think we take Shaq and Jim up the top of the hill and drop them off on their bikes, and they can ride down through there and plot out a trail. It's a rough, get after it kind of trail.
We could do it.
By the time I get done rolling down it this way, there'll be plenty of trail there.
Well, I think this is a really good project. I got to hand it to that Southwest Cycling Association. They've really taken the bull by horns and have moved this thing through. And they think within a month's time they'll have this thing completed from the start date. And they're hoping they can start, into May or something along those lines. So. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Attorney Baxter.
I don't think I have anything,
Very good report.
unless you all have questions about anything specific.
No.
Okay.
Oh, you guys want to go to lunch, or should we let Shaq go?
He can go to lunch, we'll stay here.
The only thing I'm going to do is respond to an email I got late last night. So we got.
Can we see it first?
You've seen it.
Not your response. Can we see that?
You're about to.
Okay.
So we got an email and asking, well, somebody said about where they had breakfast, and then they saw some images that they didn't like that came through. But whoever this person is, she said, men telling women they can shut down rape. Does this mean these men have daughters, wives? Makes you think they don't like women at all, doesn't it? So I ask you, as I asked Shaq Powers, do you believe rape is illegal in all instances? And first of all, for the record, nobody has asked me my opinion on what I do or don't believe about rape, but I will clarify that right now. I believe any instance of non-consent is wrong, regardless of what the law has to say about it. I believe often the law is wrong, and therefore I believe in the Second Amendment to turn the victim into the victor and turn the would-be perpetrator into a victim. And this is what I taught my children about defending themselves and my daughters for defending themselves. And I would encourage people to sign up with our sheriff's deputies that teach concealed carry permits and learn to defend yourself, because I believe when it comes to the law, we see all too often police who respond after the fact and a judge who's not willing to hold court because he's more worried about violations of the governor's mask mandate than he is people violating our mothers, sisters, and daughters. And so I would encourage the citizens to arm and prepare to defend themselves, because the law is often there too late. We're not even having court. And so instead of asking what commissioners and what city councils think about rape, maybe you ought to be asking the judge, the chief judge, Doug Walker, why he is more interested in the violations of a mask mandate. And you can ask for a CORI request from my emails from him. Never once has there been a push from that man to help us get the county back open so he can put some of these perpetrators on trial. There's never once been any concern for him to make sure that justice is done in some of these situations. All we hear from him is his concerns about violations of a mask mandate. And he's putting our DA in a situation where he has to offer watered-down plea agreements for these perpetrators to make sure that they get any time at all. I will say for our current DA, unlike our prior one who just sniveled about mask mandates, that every time he has come to me, he has asked for pressure to be put on the judge to help get the courts open. So, to your questions, do you believe rape is illegal in all instances? I believe too many times the law protects the criminal, but I believe that when it is not, when there's no consent, it is wrong in all instances, and that you absolutely have the right to defend yourself. Do you believe that the Republicans of Montezuma County plan to make rape legal? I don't think the Republicans of Montezuma County have that ability. But if you have any questions remaining on where I stand on the rights to women, the rights of a victim or the Second Amendment, or where I stand on people protecting themselves and what I think our legal system is not doing, feel free to come in and ask me.
Okay.
Thank you,
Anything
Shaq.
else?
Thank you, Shaq.
That's it for me.
Okay. Go ahead.
I can't follow that.
Well, we'll do ours after
No,
we do ours after we.
I don't have much to report. I mean, we had that request from Renew, and I think it's going to be handled, so everything else is just visiting with people, so I'm good.
Same here this week. I've done a lot of phone work and lots more reading and keeping up on some of this stuff, and that's about it for me.
I will throw one more thing in. Dead offenders don't reoffend.
Okay. Are you done?
We'll line him up some more.
All right. Actually spend a lot of time on the phone, equally talking about road issues to a lot of people, visiting some sites. And then I spent Thursday and Friday at the CCI meetings going over all of the bills. But prior to that, I did reach out, as we stated to the people here, that we would reach out to the CPW, or the Department of Natural Resources. I did get an email back from Adrian Archuleta on the issue up at P.2 Road. I did send that to you gentlemen, so when that comes up next week, that will also be in there for us to evaluate. As of, let's see, there already been 80 bills voted on to date, and a lot of them, a couple of new ones that came out that will affect us in the Sheriff's Department. I sent those off to Steve. He has responded to those, and I've also sent those up to CCI, and that's House Bill 21-1250 and Senate Bill 21-183, as far as law enforcement support for accountability. And this is just more of piggybacking on to 217. So those will be big on the agenda also. Initiative 16, the pause initiative, that was discussed quite a bit, and we'll be sending a letter through CCI to oppose that as a whole. That was probably the biggest part of those 2 days. I did visit with an engineer. I was just happened to be here in the office doing our Wednesday videos. We talk about efficiency, and we talk about energy impacts. So there's a firm, I don't know if you've ever heard of this firm, Kent, but they will do, it's called Turnkey Technical Approach, to evaluate our buildings and as far as efficiency for power, heat, so on and so forth. So just wanted to bring that up if you guys are interested. His information is here. And I also think I sent you an email that he had responded back to me too. And with that, we did have our governor's staff call last night. Shaq was on it with me, so was our emergency manager. I didn't get a lot out of it.
It was a waste of time.
It was a waste of time. We only had 45 minutes. Again, they always restrict us to a time limit. And that really, to talk about the ARP funding, or the American Rescue Plan, that got about 10 minutes, and the rest of the time was spent on other issues. So it was pretty much a waste of time. There will be CCI doing, I think it's at 4 o'clock today, they're kind of discussing the American Rescue Plan also.
I think they may be getting the cart a little in front of the horse, since the guidance hasn't come down from the feds yet.
So I think it's just all in anticipation, because last night, the little time they did spend on it, it sounded like you could leverage it for projects that haven't been done. I mean, it kind of just opened up a lot of confusion for me. So as it comes about, I'll give you more information, but right now you didn't miss anything. And with that, we'll go to lunch. We will reconvene at 1:30 as the Board of Health, and then whenever we get done with that meeting at 3 o'clock, we will reconvene as the BOCC to do our unfinished business. So we'll see you back at 1:30.
welcome everybody to the meeting. We'll just introduce real quick. I'm Bobby Locke, the Director of Montezuma County Public Health. Want to go this way?
Sure. I'm Laurel Schaefer, the Assistant Director of Public Health.
I'm Dr. Kent Aiken, the Montezuma County Health Physician.
I'm Keenen, the County Commissioner.
Jim Canterbury, County Commissioner. Joel Stevenson, County Commissioner.
Cody Sprague, Environmental Protection.
Great. Thank you. Did everybody have a chance to read the minutes from January?
Yes.
Okay. And do we approve those minutes from January?
I would move that we approve those minutes from January.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you. All right. So next on our agenda is discussion on developing procedures for addressing nuisance properties. And we have Cody Sprague here with us to kind of just give a brief update on what we're doing with things like that.
So starting with procedures first, as I mentioned, I believe it was last month, I was looking into basically using a data program in order to submit complaints. The other folks in the department that were also planning to use that same program have decided not to, so a bit of a setback. For now, I'll keep doing what I have been doing, and primarily that's just forwarding complaints, relevant complaints on to all of you, and just kind of the big group email that I have been using. And then as far as specific nuisance complaints, I have sent letters to those properties. They are certified, but I have not received anything back.
So are those along with the same letters that we have sent as from planning and?
Yes. Yep.
As you know, planning asked me to send a few letters out last week.
Okay.
I'm assuming they're the same.
Yeah, from what I understand, they are. And so it's just now, just waiting.
Okay. Thank you, Cody. Does anybody have any questions about what we're doing?
I guess I do have a question. So how many of these are we actually getting? Because it seems like all of a sudden we've had a huge amount of these complaints.
Good question. So from my perspective, they're actually pretty consistent. This is not, it's been like this probably since I started. I can't speak before that time, but they're just kind of a constant trickle.
So are they mostly for environmental, like septic systems, or are they, is it broad?
They're pretty broad. One of the issues is that a lot of them are really not in my wheelhouse. That's one of the reasons that I want to make sure that it gets to the Board of Health, because I don't have a lot of authority to do most of them. I mean, they include everything from dogs in Walmart, septic systems, just they're very, very
So septic
generalized.
systems you can't address.
Correct, yep.
Dogs in Walmart is kind of a state statute, right, John? I mean,
That's kind of a city issue if it's a Walmart.
So
No, it's an ADA issue.
So-
It's an ADA. It's an ADA
Yeah,
issue.
it's
Yes, it's service animal versus not service animal, and no service, well, no service animal is in a cart.
There are, and unfortunately the nature of animal complaints in Walmart are actually also pretty diverse. Sometimes they have to do with service dogs, sometimes they have to do with somebody carrying in a purse dog, it just varied. There are some very minor regulations as far as like food code is concerned, but as far as that pertains to Walmart, there's not necessarily any food handling going on in places where there are dogs, so it doesn't necessarily qualify. Some of it are like emotional support dogs, service dogs, and that's just off the top of my head. That there are quite a few different complaints. A lot of property complaints, and if I receive complaints, another one is like the smell of like livestock or waste from neighboring properties, and there are some state programs that will investigate that, and so those kind of complaints I do forward on to the relevant folks without including you, because once again, if there's somebody that deals with those problems, it's just best to get them where they need to go right off the bat. A lot of complaints are they're kind of like concerned neighbors, or neighbors that are putting up with something that they feel like they shouldn't need to put up with. And once again, for a lot of those aren't necessarily, it's not like the neighbors are doing anything illegal. Neighbors just don't like it. That's kind of a very broad rundown.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay.
So it says discussion of developing procedures for addressing these nuisance properties. Do we have any draft procedures?
Not as far as I know, besides what we verbally discussed in the last Board of Health meeting. Basically, at this time, you know, I'm just forwarding relevant complaints on to our Board of Health. I would like to establish something more, more concrete, and like I said, basically the database that we were using to look at that. Other folks in the department have decided not to use it, and so we're kind of back to the drawing board. But I'll talk with Isaac and see. Ideally, I would like, you know, a complaint program that doesn't necessarily have to, I don't know, maybe less clicking. That way everybody can have access to it, and it'll be better recorded. At this point, it's just like emails, and most of the time folks don't want to submit a complaint. They just want to talk about it for 45 minutes, then for me to submit a complaint, and that's not necessarily time effective. So kind of a work in progress.
Maybe we could just talk to IT and have them help, if you give them input on what the form would look like, that could just be part of either the county website or the public health page, so that people could just go in and fill it out like a printable, you know,
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
that they could just email it. So I think maybe, would that sound like something that the Board of Health would agree with, to have just an electronic reportable form on our site? I don't know.
I mean, the form would be the starting point in a procedure, but
Correct.
do you think it's unreasonable to have a draft document that says what you'd like the procedure to be by the next Board of Health meeting? That's 3 months.
Well, I think that would be a large part to the Board of Health, because, you know, it's kind of how you all want to receive that information and what you all would want to do. Because some of the complaints that I see are relevant for what it is that I do, but then a lot of them, you know, as far as like state statute is concerned, they fall under nuisance complaints, which are supposed to go directly to the Board of Health.
Is there a complaint tab already on SmartGov?
No.
So this is something that does have to be created.
I would rather, I mean, we all get complaints all the time. And we get them via phone, via text, via email, via face-to-face, all day, every day. But a lot of the complaints are just because of misinformation or lack of information, and or people just don't understand. So are we really, how do we do better at letting people know what they can and cannot do to stop some of the complaints? And it's back to education again, because we're not educating our public. If we've got this many people complaining.
Jim, Mike.
No, his name's Jim, not Mike.
Okay, better? Can they? I got my green light. They can hear us now. So, for me, a lot of the times, once I get finished explaining the reason why something took place, they're done. The complaint really is over. So how do we do a better job of doing that instead of trying to figure out a complaint form and this and that? I mean, that's why I say, what are your biggest complaints? If you can categorize those into 3 or 4 or whatever different things, then we can go to, you know, a Q&A on our website, frequently asked questions, this question here, here's the answers, 1, 2, and 3. I don't think we're communicating with the public the way we should be. So instead of just taking a complaint form, why don't we answer the question up front? They may never get to you or us. That's just an opinion.
And I
Yeah.
think it's the same thing too. I think we take the complaint, or, I mean, we take these calls, we educate, and then most people are fine after that.
Yeah, that was going to be my suggestion. There may be a frequently asked questions component, and then, you know, a place where if you still wanted to register a complaint, you could fill out a form online.
So I would rather see that develop, because when I go to one of those websites like that, and by the time I get done clicking through all of my questions, they're answered.
Yeah.
And I, 90% of the time, never, well, more than that, probably 99% of the time, never leave a question. I think we should maybe focus, answer the questions up front through the IT department. So if you can get the, you know, the top 10, say, I don't know what it's going to be, but.
Me neither.
And here are the question.
You know, I think an FAQ is.
Or here are
is
the
actually
answers
a
to the
good
questions.
idea. Yeah. I think a facts page, okay.
Dogs in Walmart, or dogs in restaurants, or dogs, you know, whatever animal, you know, is, and just say, this is the answer to this, 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 and this. And a lot of your questions are already being answered, you know.
I don't know, is that your?
See, that's kind of the issue, is I could easily spend the next 80 years creating a fact sheet. I mean, I seriously receive probably 23 complaints a week at least, and they're all varied. And it's stuff that I don't even, I'm like, gosh, I don't even know who you talk to. Like, thanks for the call, but.
I think
maybe refer them to law enforcement.
if you put the list together, and then we answer the questions through our attorney.
Make sure
it's
it's not switch it out.
Yeah.
We do have another 80 years, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, and 80 jobs.
Yeah. Switch it out with a different one. Oh, there it goes.
I think these are all great ideas. I'm just, the capacity of one
Yeah.
person's ability to do this, I think, is going to be impossible even in 80 years, because there's always going to be a million more questions. So
Well, and-
somewhere, I think there were great thoughts. I just don't know how we want to.
Well, I mean, if
implement
there's two varied questions for a frequently asked question list, then maybe the best way is still the old-fashioned way, just respond to the emails and voicemails.
Which is what we do now. Unless it raises to the point where we can't just answer it that way, and then it
Basically.
goes.
And I do try to vet most of the questions, and then if it's something that, you know, I you know, as far as I can tell, does go to the Board of Health, then I forward it. You know, like, I've probably only sent you all a very, 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 you know, a very tiny, tiny portion of the questions that I received. Most of the time,
Oh,
I
trust
just,
me, they get to us. You may not say it,
Brilliant.
but they get to us.
And so, you know, and a lot of it too is, it's just, I'm almost always like prioritizing what it is that I'm doing. And a lot of complaints, especially when it's something that, you know, is not in my wheelhouse, or, you know, if it is and I don't necessarily know the answer to that question, it's just something that takes time.
And for instance, the service animal issue is really the institution, the
Correct.
store's responsibility to handle that. That is not up to the public health, environmental health person to go to every store and be there and monitor that. That is the store's responsibility. So, you know, just telling the public that is one little FAQ that could potentially go on that if we wanted to go down that road. But that's where it goes to. It doesn't come to us. It should come to the business.
Right.
So-
I still think if you had a top 10 list, send it. If you don't want to respond to it, we'll figure out how to respond to it. And we'll put frequently asked questions, and, you know, is it going to be everything? No, but will it be
Have some
better
of
than nothing? I think it will be.
Mhm.
And it will free up a lot of your time.
And it could be something too where, Cody, like you come up with the top 10, like just by you could establish that by the end of a week.
Yeah.
Like what the different calls were this week, and, just make a list of 10 questions that seem to be the most prevalent. Ask IT to put that on the website, and then as you get the next frequently asked question, shoot IT an email, support, please add this to the list, please add this to the list, you know what I mean? Like, and just, it's an ongoing changing document on the website kind of thing.
So is that something that would be, basically would that just show up on the county website, or what do you all, what kind of direction do I need to give OIT for the FAQ page?
I'd like to see kind of what you come up with too, because we're not allowed to give general
Oh, okay.
advice.
Gotcha.
And so, answering some of these questions should be off limits. Often I tell people, go talk to an attorney. I'm not giving you legal advice, go hire somebody.
Right, if it has anything to do with legal advice, I would agree with John.
Right.
Like, go talk to your attorney. But if it's
Bats.
like,
Yeah.
Call National Bat
Bat.
Company, yeah.
And I think it might be important if you guys, are seeing consistent calls, to share that with us. We can see if that needs to be on the
sure.
FAQ too, if there's a
Well,
trend.
I bet a lot of these calls are similar to the ones that you guys get.
I'm sure they are.
I usually say, first thing,
Because the
call your
minute-
county commissioner.
The minute they don't, the minute they don't get an answer from
Mhm.
Yeah.
anybody on our staff,
Mhm.
guess whose phones are ringing next?
Mhm.
So we're hearing them.
Oh, that's the doorbell.
Okay. So is that enough direction to get started, and then
Yeah, I think,
we'll go from there?
I think it is. And then I can, I'll
Without
work on an
spending
FAQ and,
tons of hours.
When somebody calls, you can refer them to the website. So, well, maybe if you don't get your question answered here, then contact us again.
Mhm.
I'll bet you 75% of them will get their questions answered right there and be done with it.
Well, and this is something that if we find it doesn't work over the next 3 months, at our next Board of Health meeting, we'll revisit the
change it,
topic and evaluate. What, is it working? Is it not working? Is it creating more trouble? Is it, whatever. So we can revisit it,
Cool.
in July. Okay? Great. Okay.
You guys
Thank you
get
all.
any questions on your Board of Health website?
Well, we have a public health
Public
website.
health.
Public Health, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we get,
Yeah.
Public Health.
Questions on it?
you just get emails from,
Yeah. The webmaster, I get emails through the webmaster, just
Which
generic.
is the same thing we get from.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But a lot of it is vaccine or COVID related right now, and it's been that way, so, for the ones that I receive anyway, so. Anyway. Okay, well, good. Well, thank you, Cody.
Yeah, absolutely.
As far as all the, not all of them, but most of the complaints we get, multiple trailers, campers, RVs, people
And
living in
septics.
there, and they're dumping in, well, you probably had a visit yesterday, or a call, down on Road 21.
Don, I'm going to need you to use a mic.
So most of the complaints are multiple trailers just parked on property, plugged into God knows what, dumping wherever. And I see that as an issue. It's a nuisance, health hazard, and I think it probably ought to have an inspection. And per our land use code, not per Colorado statute, whatever. The guy that called yesterday, and apparently the neighbor to the south of Belden's, supposedly went to talk to Cody in January. Those 15 RVs, there are people living in them, and they're all dumping into a ditch, and it runs down the hill to the back side of the property. Well, the neighbor to the east is concerned, and the neighbor to the south is concerned because they both have wells on their property.
So that was 21 road, or 21?
Mm-hmm.
So there were
And the
multiple-
owner came in the day after I sent him my letter, and the current residents came in this morning, And apparently, the landfill and the health letter was sent to that address, not to Mr. Belden's address that's out in Lewis.
So now we got everyone's attention.
Well, the neighbors claim there's lights on in those campers and trailers, and the property owner and the prospective buyer say it's storage. But if there's an open ditch there and anything's being dumped in it, cease and desist order and everybody leaves?
Well, the thing about everybody leaving is we gotta figure out who we're gonna send them. Are they gonna end up in the city park down here? Or Tent City down south of town? Or we gotta figure a solution to the problems other than just.
There's a task force working on that. I don't know if you've been invited to it.
I haven't.
The homeless task force.
But we
You can meet with Jim Spratlin.
solutions, not just,
Jim Spratlin's organized that, and you can get hooked in with that so that you can help in that regard. They supposedly are getting rid of 3 or 4, but the neighbors say they just brought in 3 or 4. But if anybody's dumping anything,
well, I understand.
I wouldn't give them 1 day extra. But that's just my personal.
Crapping down here in the park instead of, I don't know.
But that's the complaints. Multiple trailers, mobiles, people, vagrants, and they're just living there and stuff's being dumped on the ground. They're hauling in trash. So it's a fire hazard, it's a health hazard, and nothing complies with the land use code from that.
So we've sent a letter as far as the land use code, as far as out of compliance with the land use, correct? So then we're gonna send another letter for the wastewater treatment? Is your?
I think Cody already has, but apparently those didn't get received. They went to the actual physical address, got returned to the post office, and the current guy that's leasing it, renting it, camping on it, says he can't track them down at the post office now. But the actual owner did respond to my letter.
They're getting tax notices, send them to that address.
That's what's on the account. Is the physical address is the Lewis address for mailing.
Well, I think in general, one question, because there are a lot of multi-jurisdictional complaints, is in general, how is the land use code enforced? Because at this point, it is a long list of violations, primarily land use violations. Wells are tricky because they're regulated by the state. And as far as my authority, Regulation 43, it basically goes with how to handle like an installed septic system and what needs to go into an installed septic system. But outside of that, if folks are like dumping in a ditch, if folks are considering it camping or whatever the heck they want to call it, that ends up getting tricky.
I think.
Well, I don't think we need a state statute. I think we're enforcing the county code.
We're gonna enforce the county statute, and I think that's what you're implying, is that we, as a Board of Health, need to do better at, and not necessarily saying through the environmental, but it is, of, hey, you can't openly, or you can't dump raw wastewater out on any piece of property in Montezuma County. I think that's correct. That's what you're saying. So
well, I hope we have that
get that,
regulation.
Then we can send that out as the Board of Health. Not necessarily would come from the attorney as the Board of Health, right, John? And not necessarily from you. So when you get something like that, that does need to get to us so that we can address it.
Yeah, and I did forward the complaint that I received from this property in January.
Mm-hmm. And I think we have addressed it, correct? This one?
Correct, but neither owners received the letters from the landfill or from environmental health.
Again, to the proper address.
But this morning I sent Mr. Moore, who lives on that property, over to environmental health because he was in my office, and I explained everything to him again.
Did he show up?
No, not as far as I know.
No. Yeah, if he doesn't show up, there's not much we can do about that, if he's not coming over.
Well, I think what
So-
you're saying is verify the complaint.
Well, for one,
So-
I did get a response from the owner the next day from my letter, and I verified it. He went down and counted the campers and mobiles and told me what was there. Now, what they haven't agreed to is the open trench that's being dumped in, which a site visit should be make an appointment with the owner and go take a peek.
So, my question is, who does this, and it might be because I'm not well informed, but who does the site visit for such a thing?
I think it's gonna have to be one of us three or all three of us along with that. I mean, as the Board of Health, or could it be appointed?
I feel like it's either Don or Cody, not necessarily one of you guys.
Is that in,
No,
see, this is where we hit a roadblock every time on this topic.
because I don't have any authority to do that.
Well, Melissa did all kinds of site inspections, day in and day out, and we talked all the time, and when it was verified,
How do we not have the authority to do a site visit with, obviously with the proper notification and permission?
Right, depends on what the situation is, what the allegation is.
Well, this would be wastewater.
Yeah.
For this specific thing, along with planning would have the multiple trailers and houses there. but
right, ours is,
yours
you
is
see
just-
it or you don't, it's not a hidden thing, it's not
Right.
down a
Where
prairie dog
yours-
hole.
Where yours is going to be, could be sneaking down a pipe into a draw.
Right.
So we don't have that authority?
So for my, as far as, as far as like dumping goes and stuff like that, as far as I know, that's not within my regulatory authority. I have power with Regulation 43, which basically assumes that there is a septic, if like there's a violation of a septic system.
Is not having one a violation?
Yes.
Per the land use
Exactly,
code.
per the land use code it is, which once again, that might be planning, but that's not necessarily me.
Actually, I think all county offices enforce county policy.
Well, but so if you guys are looking at this, if you're, I get where you're coming from, but I'm just gonna throw something else out there, because an RV, if it's an RV, it's a self-contained unit. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's dumping on the ground. It could be moving that RV, taking it.
Well, you won't know unless you do a site visit.
I get it.
I guaranteed it when they had them skirted. They didn't pull the skirting
Well,
off to go dump.
True.
They have now pulled the skirting off, so now it's getting more into gray area, it needs an inspection.
So through the attorney,
I was just gonna say, you're getting into some federal ground now with Clean Water Act and Section 319 and some of these other things that can be affected from this.
and who would do that federally here in Montezuma County to help us?
I don't know your jurisdiction on how you.
Well, if the Board of Health has the authority to enforce the land use code, they can delegate that authority to whomever they see fit. So I would suggest the three
And
of you
that's the
delegate
question
it to
that's being
someone.
asked, is who do we delegate it to?
Well, I would recommend the health department for health issues. Trash is a landfill, we take care of compliance for setbacks, residences. Same as we're writing the letters, those are the same issues, those departments deal with it.
But you're saying that's not, how does it not come under Regulation 43?
Why don't we check with other health departments and, I mean, we know other planning departments have enforcement divisions.
Yes,
We don't.
and I think that's one of the major things, from what, because I have talked to other health departments. I mean, this is obviously something, planning department reminds me of this like every week. And I've talked to other health departments to figure out what they do, and they all have an enforcement, like, division, group, team. Whereas, I mean, one, not only do I not have the regulatory authority, but two, I certainly don't have the capacity. Like, it's just not possible for me to make it to these places and document all this stuff. I already have restaurant inspections, childcare inspections, schools, school inspections, and I'm already much farther behind on those than.
So.
But again, it's not a state statute, you don't
No.
show up with that
We're-
premise, it's the land use
we're
code
just
and you're
going
in
to-
violation.
Right. And they have those letters right now, or will have.
Only if they're resent again to Mr. Belden's address.
Okay.
that went out from my office.
I did get a call from one of them yesterday morning, but not a response from the other. No.
I hate to, but in the essence of time here, because we have another guest speaker, can we join the work group on Monday maybe, or the work session on Monday and continue this conversation?
Sure. Shaq.
So, because I think it's as a work group conversation rather than to monopolize our meeting right now. How's
Sounds
that
good.
sound? Yeah, and let's keep talking about it, but on Monday, if that works. What time does that start? Do you have an agenda?
1:30.
30. Yes,
Or
we
you
are
could-
creating an agenda. Bear with us. It's brand new
Okay,
for us.
right.
We're
All right, we'll
getting through it, but
You'll send us that then, Chris?
Yep,
Agenda?
1:30.
Okay.
You'll be
All right,
first up,
okay,
1:30.
So 1:30 on Monday. Okay, thanks. All right, and I'm sorry to cut the conversation off, but, so we do have a guest speaker. And so we have Greg Lamming here, District Manager from High Desert Conservation District, to discuss soil, the drought, and any other great information we can learn from you, Greg.
We're gonna,
Well, we kinda
we're
sorta
gonna take
were.
a deeper dive. But I, my hat's off to Cody because I don't envy his job, and I wonder. My name's Greg Vlamming. I work for the High Desert Conservation District. I've spoke with you, Kent, Jim. I've known you, and Joel. You've been to my place. When I hear, you've got some of the run-of-the-mill sorts of issues that come up day to day, and a lot of frequently asked questions, I'm sure. What if you did it with a little bit of humor and had a Dear Abby or a Ask Amy sort of thing that would answer a lot of people's questions, right? When somebody writes in about my neighbor's horse's smell or something like that, you can answer it in a tongue-in-cheek way that would A, answer their question, B, enforce the policy, and C, say, hey, we live in the country and this is, part of how we roll here too. Anyway, I thought that would be kind of a fun way to answer it and kill two birds with one stone and have some fun with it. So anyway, back to me. High Desert Conservation District. Many of you don't know what we do because it's been kind of a moving target for a lot of years. We've been around for almost 80 years. President Roosevelt, after the Dust Bowl, instituted the Soil Conservation Service to work with the NRCS and the USDA when they recognized soil as a valuable resource, like water. And so we've been a partner with NRCS in this office in Montezuma County for 78 years. And our mission is to conserve soil and water. And we offer employment opportunities for the NRCS to use in administering the USDA Farm Bill projects like EQIP and salinity projects where they do a lot of design and cost share work to incentivize landowners to irrigate more efficiently. The other thing we do is we do some technical assistance, conservation technical assistance, where we go boots on the ground and meet with people and visit about their resource concerns. But soil and water are our things. And to that end, I started about 3 years ago, and I have a background in extension with Colorado State University, Michigan State University. I have education in soil science, as well as horticulture. I'm a farmer myself and been a commercial farmer for 25 years. And so my role in the adjustment of our organization was to combine all of our administrative work with the Mancos Conservation District, and they have an excellent director there who can handle our payroll and our administrative stuff. And then we have our employee with NRCS, and that leaves me as district manager to be boots on the ground. And I can meet with growers, and I can call Kent and say, Kent, we're doing a nozzle exchange program, and this is our water conservation effort. It's just me, and I'm half-time. In the last couple of years, I said we're going to do things, and we're going to do things that we can quantify so that I can sit here and say, this is what we're doing, and these are the numbers that back it up. So we've done 2 years of nozzle exchange, and this is for side roll irrigators, both with the DWCD district and the full service area, as well as MVI irrigators. And for side roll irrigators, I found grant funding, and I have the last couple of years. Colorado State Conservation Board has ponied up in this last year with a generous amount to pay for new brass Nelson flow control nozzles that irrigators can put in. And you know, we don't have a whole lot of flat ground here, and so your pressure can vary over the course of a 1/4 mile long side roll. What tends to happen is your low areas get over irrigated, and you have real resource concerns there because you have soil running off as well as water running off, right? And, you know, this just checks both of our boxes really, really easily. So with the flow control nozzles, we can equilibrate all of the flows from the end of your line to the start of your line, no matter what the pressure is, plus or minus based on elevation and slope. We're going to put down the exact same amount of water. And my experience has been with a lot of these irrigators is, you know, I come out and I meet with them and say, what are you guys running, you know, here now? Well, I don't know. We've got some of this and some of that, or I don't know, and other guys are better about it. But, you know, they wear so many hats and they're so busy. There isn't a lot of time to pay a lot of attention to these things, and nozzles get worn. And you have some nozzles putting out a lot more than others and others less, and you have dry spots, and what ends up happening is you end up irrigating for the dry spots and you're overwatering the wet spots. Anyway, we've saved several hundred acre-feet of water now that have been held back in the reservoir or repurposed for other use over the last couple of years through this program. And you know, 350 to 400 acre-feet of water isn't a lot, but it's a good amount. Yeah, it's 326,000 gallons times 400, you know, yeah. And we got to start somewhere, Ken, right? So that's one of the things we're doing since I started in the last 3 years. The other piece is soil conservation. Soil is a resource that, unfortunately, since fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, since World War II and the Industrial Revolution, prior to that, you know, we used to treat our soil more as the resource that it is than we did afterwards because of industrialization. We got more mechanized, and we got fertilizers that fed plants but did not feed soil. And so we got away from that. We got into yield as our bar or our measuring device for how well we were doing. And getting away from building soil organic matter, storing carbon, building soil organic nitrogen, and actually building the resilience in your soil to grow the plants and then attain the yields. And so that's the second thing that we're focusing on through the Conservation District is last year with Shaq's compost from the dump, landfill, excuse me, not Shaq's.
Yeah, don't call it the dump.
Yeah.
Call it whatever you want to call it. I don't care.
Hey, you know, whatever you call it, that compost is great. And I've got 6 treatment plots that I pitched our conservation district. And Kent's, in transparency, Kent's wife is the president of the conservation district. So just so that's out there. I pitched them to the tune of about $8,000 to buy a manure spreader and buy a bunch of compost from the landfill, and I'm going to do plots that are under different treatment. I have 2 plots at the CSU Yellow Jacket Research Station. One is under irrigated perennial crops. It's under an alfalfa pivot. The other one is under irrigated annual crops. That was in safflower last year. I've got irrigated grass grazed at Montezuma Land Conservancy's Fozzie's Farm, on W Road. I've got dry land, grassland CRP grazed ground at a site in Yellow Jacket. And then I have irrigated grass ungrazed in my orchard on my farm and irrigated cover crop ungrazed on my farm. And both of these sites are at my farm in Lewis on W. And the idea is that let's get baseline analyses just so that we get our numbers that we're going to measure back against. And then we're going to spread 20 tons to the acre equivalent of compost. My plots are 2,000 square feet. And spread them out with our new manure spreader. And then in 2 years, we'll do it again, and we'll also measure. And then, this will be a continual process. And, I can't say that I came up with this entirely on my own. This was part of my master's thesis when I was in school, too, was we used feedlot manure on the Front Range to measure how we can improve soil health back then when I was in graduate school. And so I'm doing basically the same thing here. But my point was that I don't want to wait to find the money for this, because we're chasing money and everybody's chasing money, and then the COVID hit and money became thinner still. And but what I do want to do is be able to quantify, just through soil analysis, measuring soil organic carbon, soil organic matter, nitrogen, water holding capacity, some of these things that improving our soils will benefit us as the rural economy that this county is. We'll do. We quantify it and we say, this is what we can do. You can't see it. It's not real sexy, but it's happening. But it takes time.
When I make compost, it's sexy.
Pardon?
When I make the compost, it's sexy.
Well, you're a geek like me then, because I think so too, but I don't assume everybody feels the same way about it. My point is that the conservation district here, our local conservation district, is out here, boots on the ground, meeting with growers, working with them on their resource challenges, and also conserving soil and water along the way. Back to the soil piece, I think that's why I'm here. We can conserve water by improving our soils. Our soils is a natural bank account to hold water. It can store carbon, and all of the things that come with that, and the carbon is part and parcel of building the soil health. But by improving your soil organic matter, there's a very linear relationship with improving your water holding capacity in your soils. You increase infiltration, you hold more water in your soils, you decrease runoff, you decrease soil erosion. Building soil health has only good outcomes. Your yields will go up too, but the starting off piece is where the hurdle is, because it costs money. It's not about changing a lot of practices. It's about just recognizing your soil as a resource when you make your management decisions. Do I need to till again? Less tilling is better. Saves fuel, saves time, saves compaction, and doesn't beat up your soil structure or break up your fungal populations and some of the soil health that comes along with that. So how often do I need to till? For certain crops, annual crops in particular, yes, you need to till more. Perennial crops, not so much. And we're blessed in that we have a lot of, grass and alfalfa as our primary cropping systems here. Perennial crops are great because by virtue of plant growth and photosynthesis, plants take in atmospheric carbon and store it in the soil for us. So raising awareness to this, to continue to build soil health, and then raising awareness for people who are making decisions about what to do next, or how do I do this better, and how do I make my water go further, is I think why I'm here.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly why you're here.
Thank you.
Greg, while we've got you here, a question. Arlene, I can maybe attest to this. The water use in the city of Cortez goes up proportionately in the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Lawn water, could some of this be applied to lawns in the city of Cortez?
Yes, correct.
It
It can be in your management strategies, and we have a new extension agent here, I think, that would be excellent on your city level to help educate people that way. And I like Greg Felsen very much, and think he'll be a good addition to the county team. Yes, what we can do, Kent, is the idea is that you let your grass grow a little bit longer, and you decrease the frequency of your irrigations cycles. So if, when you have a longer interval between irrigating, what happens is the plant's response is, I'm running out of water, I'm running out of water, I'm running out of water, I'm gonna grow my roots deeper. If it's getting 15 minutes every day, 6, 7 days a week, it's like, I'm at the buffet all day. I don't need to do anything. And, but when you start to think in terms of this management, perspective, we can have our water go further, because then you water for 20 minutes every 3 days or something, and your water holds that and the roots access it, rather than have that water be virtually lost. So, but your point is well taken in that it's changing the way people think and approach how they manage their crops, their grass, their yard, their center pivot of alfalfa. You know, it doesn't matter what scale you're on. Plant growth and physiology is what it is, no matter what your crop is. And so, and again, I think this is part of why I'm here, is I want to talk about how do we get people to think in terms of, that soil is gold. Don't drive on it. Don't change my oil on it. Don't do this to my soil, because it's a resource.
You're making me think about how much I water the lawn
Right?
too.
Yeah.
So this
Yeah.
is good though.
It's basic education
Right.
though. And
Right.
people want to do right, they just don't know necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
And as an educator, you know, I have been a lot of my life with extension and stuff. It's just empowering people with knowledge.
Mhm.
And people are so happy to get that. And how can the Conservation District help the county do this? You guys would be heroes. We have a rural economy here again that is really important economically to driving us. I don't need to tell you guys this, you all live it. So how do we help our people do better, because it's not getting any wetter out there?
We have spent thousands of dollars implementing our composting program, and we continue to spend. I mean, we just put another 11 acres that we're developing another farm for composting. So we're kind of working to do our part as far as what we're developing, but there also has to be other education of then how to make it, you know, how to apply it. So we're spending. I mean, we just bought what was last year? It was 100 for the screen.
Yeah, it was a couple $100,000 for the compost screen. We got a grant from the RREO for that, but
to
yeah,
help create better compost faster, because like Mel said this morning, we're already out. So we can't.
You're already out?
Yes. So we're working.
He's out of the stuff from last year. He just finished screening
I know
a
you were. I
batch.
bought up a lot of your stuff last year.
We are trying to develop even a bigger farm down there and more equipment so that we can get that out.
However, one way we can work together is we can hook you up with our public information officer, and we can put out some educational videos together.
Right.
That would be good.
That sounds great. And just backing up, Jim, on your point, you're expanding into the lot on the north side of the road as you come into the landfill area. Yeah, Mr. Jarman and the gal that works out there, you know, I spoke with them several times last year when I was picking up our loads for the Conservation District work. And, you know, my first thought was we need to build a composting facility here. And then when I went out and got your product and I looked at your analyses of it, I thought, okay, we have that here. We don't need 2 of these. Okay, now how do we put this into work, and how can the Conservation District help you, and you help us then do this? Part of the reason on my pitch to our board of directors for the manure spreader, they're like, manure spreader? You know, who the heck uses a manure spreader anymore? I'm like, everybody with 2 or 3 horses sitting out back with the manure piling up, wondering what to do with it, and they can go out and, you know, of course those horses graze in their back 20 or whatever, and go spread your manure out there. You can build soil health. Just you rent it from us for the weekend for $100, make it affordable, and let them go do it themselves. Back to the education piece, we're all in. I'm here to say, how can the Conservation District help the county do this and conserve soil here? Yeah, and you guys, you know, I'm all ears.
I think that's a good suggestion, you know, with our PIO, our public information officer. We're doing weekly videos. We can stack them up store them up and start getting
Do,
them out.
and where do people access these? I'm not even aware of them, so that tells
They're on
you.
our website, and we put out.
And they're on our social media.
Yeah, at least every week.
Yeah.
We started it something new also, and we've been doing it for about 3 months.
It's been at
something
least
like
2
that, 4
months, yeah.
maybe.
Mhm. And-
So, Vicki Schaefer, which you can get the information from Shaq, and, she can help do that for soil health. Plus, it helps us get our information out for our landfill and the composting that we do down there also. But we've committed to that, and we're spending a lot of money on machines to make it better, stronger, faster.
Yeah, I really appreciate the effort as a soil geek to begin with, but I also really like your racket, because people pay to bring their stuff there and drop it off, and then you work it over, and then they pay to haul it back out of there. I mean, that's beautiful.
You gotta get it going in and going out.
Yeah, I know you do. I know. Yeah, right. When I was out there talking to Mr. Jarman, I said, well, can you give us a break? Because we're, A, we don't have any money, and B, we're doing this to help probably sell more compost for you.
Did he
And,
laugh?
He's like, nope, no break.
Well, I think that's a great idea, and Vicki oftentimes, she goes out to wherever, so if, maybe out at one of these places where you have farms, or on at Fozzie's or wherever your place is, I mean, if you wanted to demonstrate something, she'll go wherever you want a video too, so.
I think that would be terrific. I think we could do a manure spreader
There you go.
demo, and then talk about the attributes of what this is
Yeah.
doing for your soil.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
you guys
Jack
will-
will get you
okay, I'll
hooked up with
be in touch
Vicki,
with
and
you.
that's great.
And do you have my contact information, Greg?
I'm pretty sure I can find it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Resourceful like that, huh?
Well, I don't do social media. I mean, when I asked where your stuff was, like, well, I don't look there either, Yeah, I'll find you.
This is great.
Do you do the journal? Maybe they could print one of our videos.
We could work on a story, though.
Jim, I'd love to. Yeah. Yeah, I think that'd be great, and talk about what Conservation District has going this year.
Sure.
Sooner the better, because I think for the full service guys, they might get one cutting's worth of water and probably not much more, so that sooner than later is gonna be the ticket.
Shortages this year.
Yeah, really thin.
Greg, one question that I had was about the sawmill waste. We had the big issue with the fire up at the Wallwood in the winter, and we have several active sawmills in the valley here. I wondered, is that something that's easy to compost and include in what we're talking about, and how does that happen from the individual sawmills?
Shaq, I'll take it, and then you can chime in. So the sawmill waste is primarily carbon, and what you want is a carbon and nitrogen ratio to feed the microbes that do the transformations, or the mineralization, as it were, to convert this stuff into plant available forms. So yeah, that's a resource for certain. And then, we just need to find a, 20, 30 to 1 sort of ratio of nitrogen in the source of manure or something that can be mixed. And then you guys follow a thermophilic sort of compost model, right? You turn it
So we
every
do a
so
turned
often.
windrow system, right, where we have to meet time and temperature. So we have to maintain temperatures of 131 degrees Fahrenheit or better for more than 15 days to do the pathogen reduction portion of it. However, the big push that we're probably going to need help educating with, you're correct, we have lots of carbon feedstock. Also our nitrogen, the food waste, we're estimating that currently we landfill between 18 and 21 tons of food per week between the supermarkets and the casino and the hospital. During non-COVID years, it was probably a little less this last year. And so once our 11 acres is turned into a compost pad, we're going to need help on pushing the nitrogen diversion and getting all these nitrogen producers on board with separating the nitrogen at their place of business.
What does that look like to you from a food source standpoint? You know, a kitchen's they're on the line, their stuff's going into the get rid of bin. How do you see that going, or do you see them lumping all that together?
Well, that's the whole part. It'll be the getting them on board, because it'll mean retraining all their employees, where now the plastic, the old bins, the deli containers, everything's getting lumped together. And obviously those are not compostable plastics.
I didn't even think of those. I was just thinking of food waste, purely food.
Yeah, so right now the food and waste, the garbage waste, the MSW is all mixed together, and so the education piece will be separating that for diversion for compost. But when it comes to hitting the state's diversion goals, there is nothing heavier than that organic wet waste. And when we keep those organic materials out of the landfill, we mitigate the future threats to the landfills, namely leachate production and methane production, because we're taking the causing agents out of the landfill. So the carbon, there's plenty of carbon in the county. We're going to be hurting to get the nitrogen to keep up, but I think we can do it once we get all the producers on board.
And are you using nitrogen feedstock from the wastewater treatment plant?
We are. We're using biosolids right now.
Okay, and the restaurants are on your radar.
We've had meetings pre-COVID, actually pre-Cody, also with Melissa and the former. Okay, before everybody in this room, we started down this road. I think Jim attended some of those meetings. So, but yeah, restaurants and supermarkets and casinos are on our radar to get their waste.
I just see that as low-hanging fruit. I would think they would want to see that food waste go to another use, repurpose, another use, and be willing to separate out the plastic stuff and the other things. But then, is that a collection issue? We're getting out of my wheelhouse now. Is that a collection thing for you guys though? Because you got to separate now. You got separate bins. You got separate everything, right?
Yeah, but that's something that we can work with the city too, and the producers to separate it.
Have a green dumpster for greens and a trash one for trash.
Well, and so the supermarkets specifically, they're going to need a compactor for that, a compacting roll-off, and do they have the space for that, and that type of thing.
Is there, like you said, what'd you say, 21 tons?
18 to 21 tons a week.
That is a lot.
That's a lot.
That we can utilize to make something that's.
Yeah. And you've been in City Market when they've been cleaning stuff out, and all of this stuff's going into this thing. It's like, where's all that go? Out. Yeah.
So we understand it.
How can the Conservation District help the county do this? Because we have similar missions here.
Well, once we get the compost pad built, you can help us with the outreach and education. I'll put you in touch with Mel too.
Yeah, okay. Well, we could do a public campaign too.
Yeah, it'll have to be very public to
Yeah.
get them on board.
Yep. Right, Jim?
And just for everybody's input, we will take source separated nitrogen from households that want to bring it to us now.
What does that look like?
It looks like you have your 5-gallon bucket or whatever that you keep your food scraps into, and you bring it down to the landfill Monday through Saturday, 8 to 4. Tell them I got some nitrogen to recycle.
Wow. That's good stuff. I've got my little rinky-dink test plots that I went ahead and did because I was impatient and couldn't wait a year ago, but it would really be neat as part of the outreach to have something public where we're spreading it and showing it, and documenting it for public, information. Something to think about. Shaq, would you be the one I'd work with on something like that, or who's?
Yeah, with myself and Mel Jarman
Mel,
and
okay.
Rachel Ablin.
Is Rachel the gal there?
She is.
Yeah, I talked with her quite a bit. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll be in touch with you anyway. We'll just make point of contact and go from there.
Roger that.
Well, this has been a great conversation. Thank you so much,
Yeah, no,
Greg,
thank-
for
thank you
coming,
for
and
having me.
I
Yeah.
think a partnership is blossoming for sure, and so it's going to help our community. So awesome. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you.
And we'll see you again, I'm sure.
And the conservation district, that's what we're striving for,
Mm-hmm.
is a lot of people didn't know what we used to do, and now we're gonna do things that people say, that's what they do, doggone it.
Mhm.
So I'm
Yeah,
thankful
great.
for the opportunity to be before you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see you again.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay. Next on our agenda, we've got Arlena, do you want to join us? And we're going to have a discussion on a need for treatment/rehab facility. And I've got Shaq, you listed on here too. So,
I'll let
yeah.
him go first.
We will
So with-
participate together.
Huh?
We'll participate together.
Okay.
So you want to go rock, paper, scissors? You
No,
want?
you go first.
Okay. Discussion on need for treatment rehabilitation facility within Montezuma County.
We need one.
Yeah, let's go beyond the fact that we need one. Right now, what we currently have access to through Access Integrated Health is a detox facility and an acute treatment unit in Durango. And those are great facilities. They help people for the time that they're there. However, that is a short-term fix only. When somebody gets out of a 72-hour facility and they go back to their life, they've got the same what we call social determinants of health. They've got the same stack of unpaid bills. They've got the same housing situation. They've got the same broken relationships. They've got the same lack of income, no job, those types of things. And really, we're not getting people the help that they need. We're just triaging them and then putting them back out and hoping for the best. Oftentimes, for long-term commitment, somebody would have to go to Pueblo, the Front Range, Grand Junction, if they can get them in. And I think Dr. Aiken could maybe speak a little bit about what the wait for a bed in one of those facilities is even like.
Yeah, that's right, Shaq. It's sometimes very difficult to have immediate bed availability. Also difficult because people have to go so far from this community, and then they're isolated. And if, once they get out of a facility, then they've got to figure out how to get back. I actually did my residency training in Pueblo, and some of that was at the state hospital, not as a patient, but as a physician working there. But the environment over there also is intimidating, I think, and especially nowadays, intimidating. And so having something that would be available more locally, I think, is a really a great thing to explore and try to achieve.
And I think there is a meeting coming up with the Attorney General's office on April 15th that you've received the calendar invite for, that'll be talking about opioid settlement funds. Basically, our 5-county region, over a 19-year payout, is set to receive a little over $3 million. If all of the local governments that are receiving those allocations and the region as a whole would agree to build a facility and chip up and put forward the money up front, knowing that the money will for sure be court ordered to be repaid within 19 years, we have the potential of using that money for leverage to get matching grant dollars. That could help us to build a facility. Now, obviously, that would not staff a facility going forward. Estimates that we've heard from Axis could be as much as $3 million a year to run a facility. And so I'm not sure exactly where that funding would come from at this point. However, you guys are just as aware as I am. Every time we see something in the newspaper, it's always about how bad our problems are with substance abuse, and that help's not coming from the state. So we're going to have to stop paying lip service, and we're going to have to step up and address the problem. With that being said, I've done some research. One of the places I was able to find was in Shelby County, Ohio, and I sent this out with your packets. They built a treatment and recovery house, and this one I want to say is up to 90 days. But I did send that information out in your packets. If we were to follow this type of model, where it takes a person from treatment into a transitional housing where they get job skills, they get a job, they go to and from work, they have a place to stay, they start getting money saved up, they start getting their life in order, they would have a much better chance of success. And I am waiting on a follow-up report from one of the commissioners in Shelby County who worked on this, but I believe their success rate has been very good, although somewhat stiffened a little bit by COVID restrictions last year. However, to get this worked with the sheriff, we would also have to work with the sheriff, the district attorney, the judges, all the other law enforcement agencies to make sure that everybody is on board with this type of a scenario. However, I think until we start addressing long-term issues, I don't think we're going to get it. If we continue to do what we're doing, we're going to continue to get what we've got. That's, to me, where it is. So I think that real treatment, long-term treatment, is something that's long overdue for this county. In your packets, I also sent you how they did some of the fundraising for this, and I think it's going to be a matter of prioritizing what's really important to our community. I think other things that the commissioners can do to help, either as the Board of Health or as the Board of County Commissioners, is work to change the legislative process, the judicial process, through the legislative process. If one of your parents, assuming all your parents are still alive, starts having symptoms of dementia, they can't remember how to write a check, they can't remember how to drive home, they can't remember who their grandchildren are, any one of you can go to a judge and explain the symptoms and ask for medical durable power of attorney to make medical decisions on behalf of your parent. However, if you have a 19, 20-year-old child who has been drinking and driving, has been caught with cocaine, has wrecked a car, but nobody was involved, so there was no ticket, and they're hanging out with the wrong crowd and they can't keep a job, and you know that they're headed down a one-way path for disaster, and you go to get help for that child of yours, then you're trying to save their life. You are going to be told, whether you take them to the police, whether you take them to the hospital, whether you take them to Axis, you're going to be told that unless they want the help, that there's nothing that they can do for them. And that's a losing proposition, because that would be very much like Dr. Aiken taking a patient that has double compound femur fractures and is laying in the ambulance and says, we're going to fix your legs as soon as you walk into the hospital. Well, you're waiting on the organ that doesn't work to start working. And when somebody's decision-making organ is sick, hoping that they make the right decision and ask for help is not going to get you anywhere. You're waiting for the impossible to happen. And I think it's a shame that we've set up the judicial system to be a failure. And these people who care about their children, their siblings, their spouses, can't get them the help that they need. And I think that's something that the commissioners can work on through the legislative process, is to change the way the judicial system works to handle cases that are like that. And if you want to know how well the current process is working, ask the district attorney the next time he's here, ask the sheriff the next time he's here about what the recidivism rates are for drug use. And you'll find that it's astronomical, which tells us the way we're doing it is all wrong. And as long as we continue to do it that way, we're going to continue to get the same results. Arlena, you want to chime in?
Is it on? Okay. Hello, commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. So I'm going to echo some of the stuff that has already been said here, but I am coming here today in my county hat, my role with the county, but I do obviously have vested interests outside of this role. And I'm also not a behavioral health provider, nor am I somebody with lived experience around substance use, and I'm thankful to the folks in my life that have provided me with their experience and told me how that went for them. I am, however, someone who works in suicide prevention as well as around adverse childhood experiences and how those relate to families and economic security and whatnot. And I also sit on the Behavioral Health Action Team, which is part of Team Up Southwest Colorado and is also under our Suicide Prevention Coalition. And if any of you gentlemen would like to participate on that action team, you're more than welcome to come stop by. So I wanted to provide three kind of different perspectives. One from my suicide prevention role, one from the adverse childhood experiences, and then one from just some input that I received from the Behavioral Health Action Team earlier today. Just thinking about families and parents or caregivers that have struggle with substance use disorders. It creates, there is a correlation between substance use and children having greater risk for adverse childhood experiences, and that is anything from neglect to emotional and physical abuse. They experience lower socioeconomic environment, and they also experience struggles with school and education and academics. So those adverse childhood experiences are correlated with future drug use, future substance use, as well as correlated with suicide. So just looking at the suicides that we have for Montezuma County on the dashboard, we did have, between 2004 and 2018, we had 130 suicides, and out of those 130, 93 total had some sort of substance use in their toxicology report. 39.8% was alcohol, 23.7% was marijuana, and 18.3% was opiates. And although, that doesn't mean that was long term, like it was necessarily a substance use disorder. I think it is pretty significant, and it points to the correlation between substance use and suicide. And out of circumstances known for that same time period, so out of 100 people, 25% of them had a problem with alcohol. So I do have, again, a vested interest in this discussion. I know that 30 minutes is not going to be enough to really dig into the roots of it. But I also asked the Behavioral Health Action Team, which does consist of behavioral health providers, to see what their thoughts around like a substance use treatment center might be. And there was a lot of support for it earlier today. And they expressed like we don't have the transportation for individuals needing services to get to and from those locations. Like Dr. Aiken said, like these people become displaced in communities that they are not familiar with or don't really want to be in. And there's the extreme lack of access where there's these long wait lists in other communities with treatment centers. So if there's ways that I could support from my position or advocating for a treatment center, I'm happy to.
You know, I'll go ahead and say something. And Shaq and I have had conversations about this for the last 2 years, and I understand his passion, and I understand everybody's passion, and I understand that it is needed here. But here's always the big Jersey barrier that you just learned the term of yesterday, is how do you fund it?
Right.
You know, when we talked to Access last time, it was $1 million, and now it's up to $3 million to just run a small facility here, and that's a funding source. To build a facility is going to be the inexpensive part, but how do we keep it operable and how do we keep it going? And that's the big question. Nobody will argue that we have issues, but how do we get to the funding mechanism and how do we keep that sustainable? And that's never what I hear in a room. So I did look at all of your information that you sent out, and still, what is the percentage of that wasn't on there, which I understand you're going to get it back, but that is a huge lift to get it built would be easy. But then how does it become sustainable, and how do you pay for that?
So I got a
That's
couple
the
of
big question.
ideas.
So, go ahead.
So a couple of ideas are we need to start putting real emphasis on growing this economy and recruiting businesses to our area to help with that base. Second, if we get it built here, we charge the other counties in the 5-county area that'll be participating in it. And third, we find the political willpower to do it. If we can drop $6 million on roads in 1 year, we can put something towards mental health. We gave $5,000 last year.
No, and I don't disagree that to get it built, we can absolutely do that. And I
Right,
think that's the
and you're
first
talking
step.
about the long-term running of it.
I'm talking about the long-term sustainability of it.
But if we can have the political willpower to drop $6 million on roads in a whim, I think we need to start putting our money where our mouth is, stop talking about this and make it a priority.
But you didn't get that $6 million dropped. You got it dropped one time. And
Correct.
it wasn't done again because of sustainability. And
Correct.
that's what my point is. We couldn't drop $6 million this year. We're not going to drop $6 million again next year on roads because it's not sustainable.
Correct. It is.
So my point is that yes, we could get it built and nobody will say that there's not a need. There's an absolute need, and we understand it. I'm asking is how do we create it to be sustainable, because this problem is not going away tomorrow or anytime soon. It's going to be forever.
Well, we got to start
So-
growing the economy, and we got to start recruiting industry to be here, because these people are going to have jobs to go to get out of.
I agree,
And
I
part
think
of
that's probably our
part
first thing
of
that we need
the
to do, so.
part of the funding in this was the people that were using the rehab were having, once they helped them get into jobs, they had to pay rent back towards it. And most of the time, when you just have a rehab that's not a transition facility, then they don't have a way to pay for it, and you're depending on Medicaid. But we help these people get jobs, and they pay towards part of their own services.
Mm-hmm. So I think I think we could tap into the knowledge of the transitional housing that Lori Knutson has at the top of the bridge. As far as how do those folks, is there any financial, I don't know any answers to any of this, but how does she operate that housing? And then also, I would.
Done with grants.
Mm-hmm.
Grants and donations.
Okay,
Yeah.
then what about Access? Okay, Access, who has the ATU and the detox, how do they fund that?
Grants.
So.
And that's why, when I talk to.
Well, and they get Medicaid too.
And they
Well,
get
the- see,
Medicaid
the-
too.
so-
But that's
so
the
that's-
issue, is that it's not sustainable, because I asked Haley specific, I said, why can't we do this?
But if it's linked to something, because Access is a huge organization, and one tiny piece of it is this detox
Sure.
and ATU.
What do we
So-
link it to?
Well, so do we have a community partner in this community, a health facility, that could umbrella this, and there's experts. I don't know how it's run, but I mean, to me, I think that having all the appropriate partners or potential partners at the table for the discussion to learn how we can, we can get the funds to build it, but how do we sustain it? That's always the question.
That's
But there
the easy
has to
part.
be a way because they exist.
Well, and
So-
how do we fund the
so-
jail right now, because it's not working?
I don't know about the jail, but I'm just saying that I think the conversation needs to involve the right people.
Right.
Yeah.
To move this forward, and they're obviously not all here right now, but there has to be a way to make this work.
Yeah.
And maybe partial is grant funding, maybe part of it is, but obviously you can't rely on that to sustain something.
Correct.
Correct,
So-
and that's what I'm saying. There has to be a sustainability
Right,
to
a
be
good
able to
chunk
do
of
it.
it.
Otherwise, we kind of end up where we're at right now.
But the billing piece is huge. I mean, you can bill Medicaid for these practices and services. So, and that's, a lot of these people might be private insurance too. I mean, there's multiple avenues for reimbursement, and that's part of the sustainability package, if you will. So I wouldn't rule it out because we think right now it's sustainable by any stretch, because I think it is.
I don't
but
think
we
anybody's
just have
ruling
to,
anything out.
right,
think
but I
it's-
mean.
It's just a question of.
Sure.
How do you sustain
And
it?
it has to
It's a
be
question that has
answered
to be
before you go
so
down
I'm
that
being
road.
the bad guy in the room
Yeah.
because.
No, you're not.
Nobody will
You're
disagree
not at
that
all.
we need it.
Absolutely.
However,
But we also
how
need
do
that
you
piece
fund it?
too. We need the sustainability
They
piece
use
too.
this a lot, Everybody'd like to have a Mercedes.
Uh-huh.
Buying it
Yeah.
is only part of it.
Right.
It's affording it thereafter.
Right.
All of your O&M later on.
So I think that's maybe.
Surely we could research with other facilities and stuff and figure out how they're doing it. If they can do it, we can do it.
Sure.
I think
There's gotta
the
be
issue
some
is,
answers out there somewhere.
for us, we deal with the state hospital, where you did your residency, which is the biggest facility in our state. I don't know about.
Right, and I mean, I was at residency at the state hospital back in the late 1970s, and, the environment has changed a lot since then, but still, a lot of it has to do with where the money comes from to provide care to people who would not necessarily be able to afford the entire cost. I mean, when you look right now at some of the available psychiatric care facilities, behavioral health care facilities around the state, one of the access problems is that many of those take private pay patients almost exclusively. And so then you're trying to find a place that takes someone who may have no health insurance or being underfunded, underinsured, and the state hospital is one of the only resources really for that. And I mean, this has been going on for decades. Again, when I was in Memphis in the 80s, I remember very well how difficult it was sometimes to get appropriate care for people who really had, more of a crisis than just needing to see a counselor. Hopefully there are new sources of funding that would be able to help with this, and I certainly agree about partnering with other agencies that might be able to help to direct us and give us some ideas on it. But I mean, Jim, you're right. I mean, we all agree on the need. No question about that. And it really becomes, the population of people that might most need it in our area may be the ones that are not well able to pay for it. So how does it get funded?
And where's all that marijuana tax money the state promised?
Well, Salvation Army, like in Denver, they got a huge treatment facility up there. And all of the people that go in there, they work at that facility while they're there. And that's how they generate their income to pay for the treatments and everything. That store that they have up there is probably as big as Walmart. And all of the people that are there, that's they live there, they work there for 6 months. And it gets them in a routine to put them back out into society and stuff to where
That sounds like a great system. I mean,
it's an amazing system.
yeah.
I've never seen anything like it. And but they got a big dorm deal where they live there. They go to work every morning, and they work in the store. If they have meetings, they go to the meetings as part of their breaks while they're working, and church services on Sunday, and it's an amazing deal. But they just, and up there, people just donate, well, they're to donate cars and all kinds of stuff that they sell through this facility. And that's the money they use to operate.
Which it's always easier in a large
In a big large
metropolitan
city,
area.
yeah.
We don't have that. I mean, I wish we had that kind of realistic concern down here, but the average person walking down the street, they're like, man, I'm just trying to take care of myself. I don't.
But that
That's what I'm
facility
saying.
keeps them involved for 6 months, teaching them how to get back into society,
Right.
how to keep a job, get up every morning, go to work and stuff.
Life skills. It's part
Right,
of life
right.
skills, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that if the need is big enough, you find a solution, right? So maybe we just need to look at it differently to figure out how the funding could work and take actionable steps
And,
to.
and we may need to look at regional too. I mean, you know, like we got 4 states in this area here. So, and I don't even know how we'd approach that, but I mean, you know, if it was a regional facility for all 4 states in the Four Corners area, we also have the Mountain Ute tribe that may participate in this. So, I mean, it could be way big if we could get enough people.
I say we move forward trying, and we will answer the sustainability question, because if we continue to do what we're doing, we're going to continue to get what we've got. And, you know, if it was one of our kids, say they needed, I don't know, cancer treatment or whatever, as opposed to substance abuse intervention, you'd get them the help that you needed, and you'd spend the rest of your life paying for it. It's not the same as wishing I had a Mercedes. If one of my children needed help, I'm going to get them the help they need, and I will figure out how to pay for it.
So I wanted to bring up another point that we have talked in the Behavioral Health Action Team in the past with, and I can say this because I do have lived experience with this in my family. My daughter is currently working towards her bachelor's degree in chemical dependence and rehabilitation as a counselor. And we talked about bringing our youth back to the area because it does help if they have somewhere to come back to, you know, and to work. But we had talked in the past on this action team about, and I think that was before your time here, it was pre-COVID, about recruiting people to come here to get their clinical hours, because I believe in Colorado it's 5,000 clinical hours that you have to be licensed, and then you can move on from there. And it gives people the opportunity to come here and get that training, you know, and you generally don't pay people that are trying to gain that residency or whatever as much as you would somebody who's,
They're like interns.
yeah, kind of not that we want them all interns,
No.
but it's just an opportunity we talked about is recruiting.
But it's another piece of that sustainability, it's a sustainability piece because it could help staff.
Yeah.
You know, even though they're cycling through, but, you know, that is exactly what it could be, a cycling through internship program. Anyway.
Yeah,
there's
until you figure all that
numerous-
out, but yeah.
The more you think, the bigger you think, and the bigger it goes, but that's what it takes.
And I do think too regionally, if it was a Four Corners type of treatment facility, you would have more people. There would be more billing opportunities to sustain.
And I think the Four Corners, somebody's battery's dying, but the Four Corners as an area would want to contribute more to it because we have a disproportionate problem with it. And part of the reason for that problem is you can practically drive all the way from the Mexican border to 11 miles south without leaving Indian reservations where all the jurisdictions for drug trafficking are screwed up. That's part of the reason Montezuma County is the hub for drug distribution to Farmington, to Grand Junction, is because there's a paved road for those distributors to come right here.
Okay.
So what's the next step on this?
Say we organize a meeting that involves all of the stakeholders. And Commissioner Candelaria, I think you do have a partial funding recommendation. I don't know if you want to talk about it or not.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time right yet.
Okay.
But I do have some ideas. I definitely know, I mean, I've lived here my entire life, and I see what goes on, and it's never been dealt with, and in my time here, and it sounds like Dr. Aiken, even in your time. So what do we do to change that? And to me, the very first thing that comes to my mind, all of you guys have great ideas how to manage it and run it. I think that's great. But I'm the guy on the other side is how do we fund it? And until we can fund it, I don't think we really can't cross that line.
Right.
That's why the line has never been crossed. So we have to get creative in how we're going to fund it. And that to me is our first step, is the money, along with the other that you can bill and get creative with it. So
You're going to create something that you have no idea how many people it's going to take to run it, how many people you're going to
It's-
house.
it'll expand as the need.
and
I
I'm
mean,
sure it'll
you have to
expand.
start with something that's reasonable for our community, and then you can grow it from there.
What does San Juan County, New Mexico do?
They have their own facilities down there. Their detox center, trust me, I spend a lot of time in that detox center.
Yeah, I think, as Shaq suggested, a stakeholder meeting, trying to make sure that people come onto the same page about what it is that we want and, how we might want to see it function, and then coming up with some type of a proposal that you can let people look at and say, this is what we're thinking about. Are you interested in being part of this? How can you help us to make this happen? Just like if we were going to start some new industry in the area, you want to have a proposal that people can evaluate and decide if this is something that they want to be part of and how they can be part of it. So probably starting with a stakeholder meeting with the idea of coming up with something like that would be a good initial approach, I would think.
And I think in the meantime, I'm going to pile more work on our public information officer, but we could start with the resources that are out there, and especially families that are going through somebody who's in active substance abuse disorder or active addiction. What are the resources to them? How can they be a help to their family members as they go through that? And we could put out information from the health department. We could put out information from people with lived experience, from Axis, from Southwest Health Systems. I'm sure all of those entities would be happy to participate with something like that in the meantime.
I will share a story. I have a lifelong friend whose daughter got in trouble, ended up in jail, and it was all drug related. And he says, Kent, the only thing that we can come up with is to send her off to the state penitentiary to get her out of this environment that she's in and get her away long enough that maybe we have recourse of getting her back. And that tore me up.
And it's probably the main thing for us, for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very difficult to watch for years and years, and I'm sure everybody in this room has a similar story, sadly. And I will say Salvation Army was probably one of the ones, you know, unless my family can come up with $65,000, Salvation Army was the only ones that returned my call. And there was a 7 or 8 month waiting list for that program.
Yep.
And the closest,
Doesn't cost a dime.
and it doesn't cost a dime. And the closest one was Phoenix, that had the most recent opening in 7 months.
So
So.
we build a new Salvation Army here, or, I mean. not Salvation
Similar,
Army, but
yeah.
Yeah, I think that,
And partnershiping, you know, with these entities is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, like the Salvation Army's deal, they've got such a good track record that there's people that donate their whole estates and stuff to them.
Yep.
Because of the work that they do and stuff, and if you could prove yourself to be something, there will be support for it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Absolutely.
people that don't have anywhere to go with their estates and everything. When they reach an age, they don't have no children, and they see something like that, and they'll
Yeah.
donate it.
And really, the Salvation Army program is thinking outside of the box,
Oh, yeah.
you know?
And I think that's specifically what we're gonna have to do here.
Mhm.
Because we don't have, I mean, I look at this opioid settlement for 19 years, and what we're gonna get.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really- it's
You're right.
irritating.
It is.
It irritates me that it's
I'm with you.
nothing. It's
Yeah.
not even a penny in a bucket.
Yeah.
But they make it sound like it's a huge piece,
Yeah.
and it's nothing. So it's a carrot dangling in front of you to say, yeah, we'll give you something.
Mhm.
Well, give me a penny. I'll give you a penny and you have a penny.
Yep. I agree.
Anyway, I'll stop. But we are actively thinking about it. I have these conversations with Jack all the time, and it's, I haven't seen the Salvation Army program. I will actually look at that also. And now it would be probably a smaller version or component, but it has been talked about pulling some of our funding out of this settlement, but everybody has the same problem that we have, and it's just as bad. All right.
Okay, well, it's 3 o'clock over, after 3 o'clock. So I'll just real quick, just say a couple things about the health department. We do have 4 positions open at the time. We are looking for 2 public health nurses. We are also looking for a case manager for our options for long-term care. And also, we have a new position, working with our Lena
Laurel,
and
is
the
that mic on?
co-coordinator for CNC. So those 4 positions are currently being advertised. As far as the dial, yes, we are still in blue, and I think we will probably be staying in blue until the dial officially becomes a guidance document, which
is still the middle of the month, right? Or the 16th?
16th, yeah. And because the issue is you have to have a 7-day incidence of 10 new cases or less.
So
And
here's the crazy thing, and you tell me how this works.
I can't explain anything about this,
So-
you know that.
It's every time I talk to the state, I get more and more disappointed.
I know,
How do
I
you
know.
get 21,000 people into a Rocky Stadium on opening day, and that's 2/3 of our population in Montezuma County? I'm just gonna stop there.
We've had that conversation.
We
I
are
know.
doing very well in our county.
We are, we absolutely
The
are.
guidance of the dial is,
I know. I didn't even want to mention it, but it's part of public health, so I know people are probably wanting to know a little bit about it. But at this point, that's where we are, and we will stay there until it completely goes away. So we are just continuing with the things that we know we can do from a public health perspective. Wearing the mask when you feel that you need to wear a mask. Outdoors is much better than indoors. Outdoors is the safest place you can be. So hold your events outdoors when you can, obviously. Good hand washing, social distancing, all those things that we've been saying since the beginning. But vaccine clinics, that's like kind of our biggest priority right now, is vaccinating those who want it in our county. We currently have a clinic going on right now as we've been sitting here. We have another clinic tomorrow night. We're doing it from like 3 to 6:30. So for those who are working and can't get off work, they could come and get it in the evening. All you gotta do is sign up on our online scheduler. It's easy peasy. We have plenty of vaccine. The latest and greatest news pretty much is that we do have Johnson & Johnson vaccine on hand, and we will be discussing this. We have a couple partners that we're going to have clinics with over the next week, and whatever we have remaining, we will have a public clinic next week for J&J. So, and I talked to my vaccine coordinator before I got permission to say that. So, because I know J&J is very popular. So we have lots of vaccine. We really want our community, if you want this vaccine, there is no reason that you shouldn't get it right now. Because honestly, that is the way we're going to be able to take a nice deep breath and say, okay, get rid of these masks and we can move forward with life. So anyway, do you have anything to add to that, Dr. Aiken?
No, I mean, I completely agree that the vaccine is safe, it's very effective. I had a patient recently that I spoke with who had the vaccine. A month later, after the second dose, had some symptoms, mild symptoms for a day. The next day went in and just got a COVID test, turned out to test positive. By that day, that person had no symptoms at all. And we did an antibody test to make sure that this person really had reacted well to the vaccine. Person's antibody levels was very high. So basically what happened was this person got the vaccine, came in contact with the COVID virus, the body's immune system ramped up and shut that right down. And I think that for a lot of people, that is going to be huge. And so I really do encourage people to get the vaccine. I'm convinced that it's safe. The J&J vaccine is going to be nice because it's a single dose, and it seems to be very effective, if not quite as effective as the 2-dose Moderna or Pfizer. I still think it's a great option and would not discourage anyone from getting it. So that's all I'm going to say about it, too.
Are your clinics slowing down?
Yes, the clinic today is full. But it's based on appointments, you know. Tomorrow we do have some slots, so we would love to fill it.
I know the hospital told us this morning that they donated 3,000 shots back to the front range because theirs is slowed down to.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But we still have plenty of vaccine.
Yes,
that's what they said too.
That if you want it, come and get it, sign up.
Yeah.
If they don't have internet service and they can't sign up online, give them
You
a
can
call.
call us. Call us and we will get you scheduled.
The avenues are there. If you
Right.
want it, come and get it.
Right.
And,
right.
I think we really can't do any more than that.
No, and you know, that's, you know, it's people's choice, certainly. But, you know, if you are even on the fence about it and want to talk to us about it, call us. We'll talk about it with you, you know, and educate you some more, and then you can make a decision. But the vaccine is available. So if you want it, there's no reason for you not to get it at this point in time, for sure. The only last thing I just have is for our next scheduled Board of Health meeting should be July 6th. And that I know Monday is a county holiday because of the 4th of July. So Tuesday, are you having the BOCC meeting July 6th? Yes?
Yep.
Okay. So are we good with keeping the Board of Health meeting?
Yep.
On that day? Okay. And if anybody has any, and I can certainly shoot you all an email to see if you have any suggestions that you want me to do, put on the agenda, or anybody in particular you want to. I'm sure we will have discussed a stakeholder meeting before then, or maybe even had a stakeholder meeting before then.
With what we're trying to do with what Cody's doing, I think there'll be plenty to discuss just with that.
We'll touch base again.
This has been a short hour and 45
I know.
minutes to try and get through this many
It was
items.
a lot of stuff.
A lot of these will be able to take place through our conversation through work sessions.
Right, right. Okay,
I have one ask.
sure.
Sunday, I was driving by one of the assisted living houses, you know, and here's a family outside with a resident, you know, and they're sitting around this little table. So I asked, you know, the people that administer there, what's the story? Well, we only have so many slots for this special day, so a lot of people got left out. We have people that have been vaccinated to the hilt in these assisted livings, nursing homes. Do you see any kind of relaxation of those rules coming down the road? So, because they need the attention of their
Sure.
families, and their families need that.
Right. And my bad, but I didn't read the entire document. They just got new guidance from the state, the long-term care facilities. It was just, what was it, last week, Cody, didn't we? It was, yeah. So I did not read the entire thing, so I'm not exactly sure on what the latest guidance is, but they got it as well, so they must be following that guidance, I'm assuming. But they have opened it up more. I just
Yeah.
can't give you what that number is, but it's probably, they've exceeded that number. It was a holiday, it was Easter Sunday.
Right.
So obviously they must have exceeded, and that's how they handled it, was move it outside at least, so then maybe they could have those additional family members there. But they are really bound by CMS rules. And that, it is,
my question.
they are very strict on that. And public health doesn't set that. CMS sets those rules. They, in combination with public health guidance, but they're the ones who set the rules and how long-term care facilities have to operate. So, yeah, and if they don't, they will get in really hot water. I
Right.
mean, it's significant if they don't follow the rules. So,
Yeah, I was just going to suggest you might just want to reach out to Joyce Humiston and ask her, because she's also very involved at a state level with what's going on in some of this, so she might have a little additional information that we're not aware of yet, but, yeah.
she's very up on it. I mean, Joyce is, well, they're all up on it because they have to be. But I know Joyce is, like Dr. Aiken said, she is in contact with the folks at the state level a lot. And so I don't know if this facility in particular was one of Joyce's facilities, but I don't know. But I do know that those rules are hard and fast, and they cannot vary from them. So, yeah. Okay. Anything else? Any last words? I know, this is a lot that we went over. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
We will adjourn the Board of Health meeting, and we will reconvene as the BOCC. Thank you all. Why don't we take 5? Can we do that?
I'm good with that.
Drink of water and
Okay, YouTube land, we're done with our 5-minute break.
All right, it's 3:25 and we're gonna move our agenda around just a little bit. We're gonna talk about our 2 unfinished business items. And the first one is the extra round of business grants of the CVRF. We talked a little bit about this yesterday in our work session, but today we can make a decision if we want to fund that and how much we want to fund that. So gentlemen, the conversation is open. What are your thoughts, ideas?
Thought about this overnight, and I think we should just move all of this to DOLA and let them execute it.
You mean Region 9?
Yeah, Region 9, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Not DOLA.
Sorry, I just had to
Sorry
clarify.
about that, yeah.
No worries.
I was gonna say, okay.
Whatever. No, back to Region 9.
That was new. We didn't talk about that, but.
I think we need to open it back up or do something with it.
Yeah.
Get it out there for these businesses that are needing it. I'm in full agreement with that.
So there's roughly 200,000 left. I don't know that the county is going to try to purchase anything else. I don't know if we should blanket that all over to Region 9, or if you want to send them like 150 and sit on the other 50 and wait and see what happens, or how you want to do that.
Knowing what happened on the first round, I would kind of say let's split it in half and send half now and see what comes about. We
See if
have
they
a year.
use it all.
We actually have
Right.
until the end of this year to do that. So something else may come up that still complies for us, that we can utilize it in that area to help businesses like we're doing right now. So that's my 2 cents. I think we should split it in half and see what comes about, because our first 100,000 that we sent out immediately,
It went as quick as it come.
yeah,
Yeah.
and that was pretty quick, like within 2 months, right? So,
Sounds good to me.
okay.
You need a
Are you guys-
motion?
I do.
I move we put half of the CRB funds to Region 9 and retain the other half for our needs if we need it.
And I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to place 1/2 of the remaining fund balance of the CVRF funds into Region 9 back to extra grant for businesses, and we will reevaluate the rest within a 6-month period of time. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I'm sorry, what does that stand for? That
Coronavirus Relief Fund.
And ARP is American Rescue Plan.
Unless you're talking AARP, and that's the Association of American Retired Persons.
Yeah, that's different though.
Different art.
Yeah.
Okay, the next thing is a sign for the administration building. This was also talked about a little bit yesterday too, so James left us something. It's just a matter of, do we go forward or do we take it off the table?
I think we take it off the table at this time, myself.
I agree.
Okay, I think we take it off the table then.
We don't need a.
Yeah, we don't need
We
to
don't-
vote to
No,
spend
that was-
less.
It's not money that we're spending, it's just money in the bank.
Yep.
Okay, all right, that's it. So, whichever one of you has the,
I don't have it.
Which
whoever
one?
called it.
B.
I move we go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402 4B.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to go into an executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B. Included in the executive session will be Lynn Dornkamp, our clerk, fill-in
Deputy
today.
clerk.
Recorder, Commissioner Stevenson, Candelaria, Lindsay, Attorney Baxter, and Administrator Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're on YouTube.
Okay.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to exit executive session and come back in and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we have any more unfinished business that we have for today?
Nope, I think that was it.
We need to
Correct, well,
sign
I'm
the-
sorry, we do need to,
Shaq just printed this, this State of Colorado intergovernmental agreement that I guess we were provided yesterday, which is the MOU between us and CDOT, providing, basically, CDOT is granting Montezuma County non-exclusive right-of-way access and indefeasible right-to-use components in exchange for equivalent value of in-kind services as compensation. And number two, CDOT to grant contractor non-exclusive right-of-way access and use of excess fiber strands in exchange for equivalent value in-kind excess fiber strands as compensation. So that's all it is. It's the grants of right-of-ways from between CDOT and us. MOU.
or IGA.
Or is it an IGA? Is that
I think
what
it's an
called? It is.
IGA.
It's called an IGA. You are correct.
Intergovernmental agreement, yep.
Yep.
Move we sign the intergovernmental agreement with CDOT. There's no numbers on this, so that's it.
I'll second it.
It'll be on the record, so it can be referred to that way, Lynn.
Okay, so it has been moved
There
and
is no
seconded
contract
to
number. I don't
sign
see-
the
is there a
IGA with
CMS
the
number?
Colorado Department of Transportation and Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners for access right and CDOT's right away. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, with that, gentlemen, we are at the end of our agenda. Is there anything else to come before us for the good of the county?
Ain't got nothing else, Shaq?
No, he's got another magic trick. Don't. Hurry, move to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn this April 10th meeting of the BOCC, or I'm sorry, April 6th meeting of the BOCC. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.